answered my question with the issue of stakeholders and Evgeny Morozov, where actually that, and thank you for actually giving me the job title now. That's the best thing I've got from point. Now I can call myself a tech translator, because essentially I always keep telling people, no, you don't need this, and don't be afraid. There are no stupid questions, only stupid answers. So does anyone have a question? So thank you, and if you want to talk to Lucy, she'll be around.
Step in.
Of 8 times, now for 8 years. We hold up 11 checks that are all available on our website in partnership. 25 journalists, 110. We have some competitors in the United States who do very good work. Competitors, I think, in fact, check 10 statements. So we, years ago, still hold today because patterns in which politics operate, and so we just
the promises from the campaign, the campaign first period, not that familiar, like populist, which one?
It's an amazing job in that you are to be on television or radio, give your opinion on which fill air. You're paid to be obnoxious. You're paid to rile people up. And these are people, there's no, and what we really wanted to go is these folks radio predominantly. Folks who national with the boxes where they have the 6 listen, and so we spend a lot of time listening to radio as well as what these pundits say. The key here for us is that these are folks, politicians at least have to be held accountable when there's an election, right? So you have the opportunity, if they said something so wrong, that you could vote them out of office. With pundits, quite frankly, they're rewarded for being wrong, for being loud, for being boisterous. And so our idea was, these people, there's no one holding them accountable. They're in fact encouraged to be loud and obnoxious because that's what gets good TV ratings. And we just don't have a way to kind of use the airwaves. Kind of like standards on television, but and some of them often include matters of you must tell the truth. I think the United States does not really have anything like that, but I know there's something like that in Canada in theory. But it's a thing that's not very used or well enforced, and how, quite frankly, how could you go about it? It'd be very difficult. So this is what we try to do. Is we wanted to look at the major cable networks in the United States, Fox, MSNBC, CNN predominantly, the major radio talk show hosts, mainly conservatives on radio. It's just the way the patterns are. So a guy named Rush Limbaugh, a guy named Sean Hannity, a guy named Glenn Beck, some of the most popular conservative talk shows around the country. And so we just wanted to do the same thing we did with politicians and say, we're going to hold these people accountable because these pundits, and this is the important point, their voice reaches even more people than politicians. I mean, Rush Limbaugh, the most popular talk show radio host in America, he reaches 25 million listeners a week. You know, the cable news shows don't draw that big of ratings, but you're still looking at 1, 3, 4 million people. Bill O'Reilly is the biggest, and his TV show, reaches 5 million viewers a day when you put it all together. And so these are people who have huge audiences who sat around, and these are the people who are quoted. So this is almost, we hear about these people more than we do the Speaker of the House or a senator from Kentucky. And so we decided we need to fact check these folks too.
So how do pundits do in your ratings, and compared to the politician, maybe if you have an idea, like how truthful are they, like, you know, when you compare them? That's like one question. And the second one is, who reacts more to your reporting, the pundits or the politicians? Do they correct themselves? Which group does it more?
Well, this is Pundit Fact. We're lucky. We're funded by a grant by a group called the Democracy Fund. They're part of the Omidyar network. That's the eBay guy. And then we're in part funded by the Ford Foundation. And as part of a grant, we had to do this data collection, which we had never really done before, which was really good because we got to look at what we've done fact-checking these pundits. And so in our first year, we fact-checked about 300 statements, which again, Pundit Fact is a total staff of 3, and I'm the editor, so I don't really write that much. So with 2 reporters fact-checking 300 claims, I think is pretty good. Of them, I'm just going to give you some rough numbers. Of 300 claims we fact-checked, 1/2 rated poorly on our truthometer. So our ratings are true, mostly true, half true. They're kind of the good ratings. Half true is good. Go figure. And then we have mostly false, false, and pants on fire. Liar, liar, pants on fire. And so of the 300 claims we checked, 150 of them, so roughly half, were mostly false, false, or pants on fire. So to me, if I had to be to simplify it, essentially, these are things that were wrong in some way, shape, or form. So the question is, first of all, half of the statements were wrong, and really only a small percentage were clearly true. And so the question is, how many were corrected? This was one of the things that we were nervous about. When we got our grant funding, our funders asked us, they wanted to show impact, right? And everyone who works with grants understands that that's a big buzzword. They want to show impact. And so the impact, one of the things they wanted to measure was apologies. So would Bill O'Reilly, if we said his statement, go on a universe of 100, and the long story short, in those cases, some of them were, the apologies were kind of like, sorry, but, you know, so like, one of the things we hear a lot is nitpicking, or you're just you're not really the broader issue. That's a good one. We hear that. Some of the apologies were there was no choice. We caught cable networks essentially mislabeling quote beyond had to apologize, or we're just foolish, right? And this is bad. That politicians politicians are more accurate than what we see coming in through television and radio. And the last place which I will mention is social media. You all know this, but it is a wasteland of inaccuracies. You know, it's there are so many there. You know, politicians go through this cycle, which is at least predictable and somewhat refreshing, which is during campaign season, lie after lie after lie. That's all they do. Campaign ads are misleading, going too far, pushing the truth, pushing the boundaries. Right after the elections, there's this period of truth because they're not running for anything. The voters can't vote them out of office. And so I think there is this, everyone's a little more accurate in the things they say. And so that's, in some ways, it's nice, I guess. I guess I wish they can do it more during the full year. But pundits don't have that pressure, again, because they're not required or held accountable in any way to tell the truth.
There's like an interesting reaction. One of the probably most severe ones to your reporting came from like a liberal pundit, Rachel Maddow. She kind of started like a little personal war against PolitiFact. How do you see this? Like, is this an attempt to avoid your own responsibility for being wrong at some point, or do not only her, but they in general feel that you're kind of entering their territory with what you do?
So our work is, I would say, is controversial and often thankless. And so what we found, politicians or pundits, we don't have a lot of people who ever have our backs, because I think most people would be happier if we were gone, right? Because no one would be holding anyone accountable. It'd be the Wild West, and everything would go. But yes, so we've had our share of issues with pundits both on the right and the left. Rachel Maddow is probably the most prominent television liberal pundit in the United States. She's on MSNBC. Rachel is a tough one. You know, when we started, this is PolitiFact, so when we started PolitiFact, Rachel actually cited our work often on her program. We won the Pulitzer Prize in 2009, which is America's highest award in journalism. We were the first website to do that. And she used that and our work to kind of help her arguments. What changed was we decided we would fact check her, and she did not like the results. So we've had I would say a strain would be overstating it, because we don't really have much of a relationship. But she does not like us. So here's an example, and you guys can all make of this what you will, but it's a true story. So gosh, if you know this, you know your American political nonsense. In, I want to say February, or it might have been earlier, there was a kerfuffle, or there was an issue. The President Obama comes off the helicopter, Marine One, and he salutes the two officers, the Air Force officers or whoever they are, standing by the door. So he does that. He does that every time. It's kind of something of a tradition. And this one time he was in New York, I think beginning at the UN, and he did his salute with a Starbucks cup in his hand. So he saluted with the coffee cup. And this was the worst thing ever, because it was disrespectful. People said, and so Rachel Maddow made that you should not be saluting. That's kind of the notion. I'm just saluting troops. Our is they love their pursuit. Our checking websites, numbers once you can have helped and will help, continue to help anyone looking to launch a fact-checking service. We're lucky enough, I probably speak to groups of foreign journalists twice a month who come through either Florida or Washington and want to learn more about this system. I think that, you know, everyone finds there's difficult circumstances in any locality you work in, but my argument always is that you don't have to have a truthometer, you don't have to have a full-time website But if we can each take back to our countries, our places, just this kind of idea that we are going to tell this story. We are going to tell the story about a video. Sometimes sometimes it'll be a feature story, or just kind of what I'm saying is that every
as a content producer and people who follow your work as someone who can give you feedback. So on website include them or decide them. Could you
inclusion I keep as pristine, saying the story, and that would be great. Playing out, we're spending time work. Fact check takes 1 to 2 days. Every story is read by 3 people, and so but we put the work in to make sure that we think we're right. So we quite frankly, we
of and like comments from
yeah. I have 2 minutes, so I'm going to use it all. Is it okay?
yes.
Okay, very good. I'd say probably that's really a fact check based on the news. So we look at the front page in the 6 o'clock news, just like everyone else. What are instance? We have a very where I basically find every instance in where he was talking about very quickly, but I need to know what to look for these people. I mean, they can really help. The second thing I do, and I think something that we're hoping to happen maybe later this year, is we're working on building a Chrome extension, and what it would do, it's 2 things. People highlight the text and say, we want to check that. The thing it'll do is it will highlight our fact checks have been seen, or not seen. That was a false. What it would do is, let's say, PolitiFact is checked, and they would say you click. So that's 2 ways to interact more, but we're at
Checkers from around the world will present their work. I would like to call like Gonzalez from Italy first. There he is. He's from Sarajevo. Not Hagela. So please.
Hi everyone, how are you doing?
Just wait a second for the presentation to load. So you can start by just like letting us know what
Yeah,
Hagela
so let me
is.
introduce myself. There we go, that's nice and neat. I'm Alexis Sarlis. I'm the managing editor of pagelapolitica.it, which is Italy's largest fact-checking website. Since there is so much glory, money, success, women fact-checking, we had the great idea in January of last year to launch a European fact-checking website as well. It's called factchecku.org. Since we're all here, and also after Aaron's great, call it a fireside chat, but whatever it was, those 30 minutes, you have hopefully an idea of why fact-checking is important, of what it does to democracy, to have information value. So, Tiana, how we've been trying to innovate One is crowd checking, and the other is what I very colloquially call contaminating reporters and readers. That means nothing, but hopefully it will mean something later. Crowd checking. Can I ask you if there's like a little button so I don't so crowd checking was part of the mission for 3 reasons. One is that the EU project is there, is the living process in members. Important. Nothing is obviously people who are biased, sorts of issues with then they are the only ones who get to publish directly. Obviously through peer review, but an internal peer review our own. Why we've tried to grasp this is not a particularly fun task, or it's these to our how it positively a bit means they have, but usually we sail through quite easily when it goes nicely with the crowd, and become better with practice. All gets better with practice. So this is, let's go to the red text. Low, and in fact there's some grammatically used. Lots of users get bored that we do this all the time and don't want to kill ourselves and each other. Normal people don't, have a life. So, we are the links to especially given often they are not only are they are also something you can actually play around with. So what is our idea? A service called Trova Dato, which means they find the data. The free service is for readers. They have a basic search engine. They can go and digit tax, and instead of finding, I don't know, Zlatan Ibrahimovic's tax rate, I presume what you find when you search on Google, you actually find primary sources which tell you, this is certified data that fact checkers use when they are referencing taxation. So you're having a fight over dinner because with your check him faster than you could with just Google. The premium service is fast facts for reporters. So you open a dashboard, and I hope saying dashboard doesn't make some of you smile from a presentation this morning. But so a journalist can actually extract this data. They can access the CSVs we have uploaded. They can access our Google Sheets. They can turn it into a graph that they can rapidly put in their article. Why is this important? Reporters, unlike fact checkers, we have tight deadlines, but we choose to ignore them. Reporters tend to get bullied into those deadlines. They don't have necessarily the time that we do to find reliable sources. If they know that there is a space where they can go, where if there is a source, they know that they can use it and not think, oh no, I don't know whether this is true or false, they'll appreciate it. And I know this because we have surveyed nearly 100 reporters, and they've said that pay for a service like this. So we're hoping this will be a useful product. We're hoping, obviously, let's finish on, my final slide is on why innovate. To many of you in here, I'm hoping why innovate is a stupid question, like why breathe or why move your legs. But specifically to fact-checking, and to these two examples, there's just too much misinformation out there. Sometimes as fact-checkers we think that we have like a spoon and we're trying to pick up the ocean. So you need to enlist all the help you got, be it citizens, be it reporters. We need them on our side, and we need to actually offer them what we have. So we spread the fact-checking bug to readers, and we promote high-quality journalism, which, as you know, is important. Final thing, I'm done. Find new revenue streams, which we can talk about further later.
Thank you so much, Alexis. Come join us at the table. So next, I would like to call Joseph O'Leary, who comes from UK's leading fact-checking project called Full Fact, and I would like to ask him to present his work. The mic is there, okay? And for all the speakers, bear in mind the clock. When it starts blinking, it's time to finish the presentation so that we give the chance to people to ask questions in the end. So Joseph, please.
Thank you very much. Right, so thank you very much, everyone. If some of you were at a similar talk yesterday, you'll have seen me talk already about Full Fact, but for those of you who don't know, Full Fact is the UK's independent fact-checking organisation. We, like the media, lots of explanation data of people being, what do I do with this? I don't understand these terms. This is a statistician's world, it's not my world. So we try and provide that translation. To talk today, measure the accuracy of politicians, parties, media and press means of some accuracy. So to start with the UK context, what their output is. This context creates a lot of competition, obviously. To do fact checking in the election we had this year, just a few months ago, some were doing a niche, and her niche was important. That's just that your research published and saying, judge, and you. So between mostly 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5 conclusions about that.
And
It's the way transition the share of truth. Talking about what we are doing. So basically, I think we are one of the guys who try to have PolitiFact as an example why we were talking about. There's a need of a fact-checking website in Turkey, especially this need became so apparent during the Gezi Park protests, where huge amount of manipulation was out there in the media, and the politicians were mobilizing their constituency by providing false claims regarding their opponents or the other political parties. So we decided to launch our website, and we made it possible by June 2014. So we are approaching like the first anniversary of our website, and we were kind of lucky By the way, it's a yeah. I think it's coming. Yeah. And we were kind of lucky because during the first year of our website, we were able to fact check. I mean, 2 election cycles. Just 3 months after our website launch, we had the presidential elections in August 2014, and it was our 3rd month as Turkey's first one and only fact-checking website. And it became an advantage for us since we launched our website just a couple of months before the presidential elections, and it was a relatively new concept for Turkey, and especially the media and the politicians showed a serious amount of attention to our work, and we were able to be visible in the mainstream media and also in the social media, where the constituencies and the voters, ordinary people, were able to use our fact checks as a reference for their arguments and their claims. So we had an election after our launch, and now in 10 days we will be having the general elections, which also created a competition advantage for us to become more visible among the media and the political cycles. So basically, this is a project by the Dialogue for Common Future Association, which I represent here today, and we were able to realize our fact-checking website by the Board of the Nation, and we stand for writers who were coming from different backgrounds, but 2 of them were journalists and 1 of them was political scientist. So we started fact-checking the claims with our staff of 3 editors. We were able to increase the number of our staff was increased to 7. Now we have full-time 4 editors in the office and 3 freelance who are checking the claims and fact-checking them. So let me browse our website while I will try to see what we are doing. So here's the homepage of our website, and here we wanted to provide the overview of the Turkish politics. Sorry for the language issue, but now we are only operating in Turkish, and hopefully we will be able to provide the English version by the start of September, hopefully. So, so far we had 435 fact checks, and only 24% of them had some sort of share of truth, let's say. So, when a visitor visits our website, it's able for them to see the general performance of Turkish politics. And when you scroll down, these are the statements that we are fact-checking. And now, since we are in the election cycle, we are mostly focusing on the leaders of the 4 main political parties who are running for the elections. And we use kind of a similar rating system as PolitiFact and other examples. And this is in order to attract more attention from our audience. So we have the statement, and briefly before we dig into the statement, there's this rating scale where our audience see the general score of the rating. So we have 5 ratings. One is like false. We are trying to get away from the usage of the word of lie in order to be more, let's say, constructive in our fact checks. And the other one is the orange one is far, and we have the middle as the yellow, and close one as the light green, and the dark green indicates that the statement is absolutely correct. So, and also there's a new feature we just launched a couple of weeks ago. It's a little bit blurry, but there's this question asking our audience, like, do you believe this statement? And people can share their opinions about the truthness of the statement, and it's just like clicking this, stuff and say I agree or I disagree. So and you can see the the ratio of people who agrees with the statement or not. And in the fact check side, there is this the statement itself and where it was given by its politician. Is what TV sources and references that fact check. So to become very interactive website where you grows into the statements, the fact check, under fact check by just clicking the other statements. And what we are working so hard in our statistic web page, is to provide the performances of the political parties with several usage of data. So this is like the scorecard of the politics, and you can see the total number of false statements are numbered in 16%. In the it's also just for the last month, so you can choose the time period here, and let's say between the 2nd of March and today, so the numbers change, and it's a nice way to make people more enjoying the website by just borrowing, changing the data and see the other time periods. So there is this component, and they can see that we are now too much effort on to innovate new fact checking, but to hold the elections also. We will be launching kind of, we will be headlines and the editorial newspapers and TV channels in Turkey. There are prominent commentator has much more influence over the opinion making greater than an ordinary sitting on a trolley or in a.
Oh, there is it. Thank you. I found it. So, 1 second. Okay. Send us something to check. That's basically, I'm starting to talk about tools. We also talk about have the button on the side like, to check during the protest. Actually, yeah, the message. This is quite a lot for Ukraine initiative. And actually, this is speaking about the tools, but the things that actually things we need to go. I'll deal with news basically the questions like who can benefit of this and whether there is strange information involved. And a story that he's allegedly running from the capital, because I don't know what to be waiting for, but actually he was running from Crimea after Crimea, and so if you will go check in it, you will see that actually the thing is going on. We just checked the context. So, and the main context for Ukraine is that there was no host. There were countless problems a lot of problems in Crimea after it was annexed again. Yeah, so there was his statements. And the one more thing, the photo you can see, and it was spread. The one problem we've encountered also, that social media are hugely used
to spread this content, and so to encounter it you also need to be in social networks, and we are there in Facebook and Contactable. But then when it goes viral in social networks and it goes viral in marginal sites for a while, we've seen that huge Russian channels take it and make news about that. So this guy was allegedly told to be a gunman from these occupied territories who threw himself under the tank to save people, but actually it appeared to be, you can see it on the left, not true news, and on the right there's actually the conversation of people, his relatives, because he died of lung cancer and he died a few years before it. And actually you can find it again by just Google searching photos, and that was what we actually used a lot, just by throwing it in Google search. But the funny thing for us appeared when we write an article how to identify a fake, that actually a lot of people didn't know that you can search pictures for Google search. So it's not actually an innovative tool, but for a lot of people it became one. And also I think you know about TNI, also I think it's a kind of old thing, but still we deal with a lot of fake photos, not fake, I mean, which are misused, and so that can also help a lot. There was a story also more about this the crucified boy, this woman you can see on the screen. She was allegedly a witness of how Ukrainian military were crucifying, I mean literally crucifying a boy on the streets on one of the cities, Slovyansk, and there were like a lot of those who witnessed it, and they dragged his mother around the city like she was like, you know, with a tank. So, and these are like hard stories, and the tools again for this are the old ones. So actually, what we use, we again investigating, checking through sources, and seeing who this person is and who she is. And then allegedly it appeared that she is not the one you can trust to, and also she made a mistake in naming the place he was crucified. And also there were no other evidences, and people were saying that they never saw anything. So yeah, just showing you a few examples of what we've dealt with. So they were saying that, for example, there was Slovyansk, but on the right you can see there's Canada, and those are the things that were saying that Ukrainians running from Ukraine to Russia, but on the right you can see that actually there's points in Poland, which is that you can see the name there. And the thing is, when we started, it was not so common for fact-checking information, so there was a lot of these stupid things which you can check very fast, whilst now we have less of them. And but still, the things I've told about, they still can be used. And also there is a nice tool named photo forensics, which is to check whether this photo was photoshopped or not. So it will show the area that was photoshopped in a bit of different color, but it still sometimes cannot help you with finding the information. Also, there was told about the Ukraine, but it's actually the drug wars in Mexico, and then again there's Chechnya, and even the situation with Bosnia, there was one, it was told that this is Ukraine and ethnic cleansing, but still it's not our country. Yeah, it was a funny one. There was said that this is gay parade, this is in Ukraine, but this was gay parade in Paris. And such things you can actually check with the photo forensics. Yeah, the one next thing, oh, and a bit actually about the children. That's a funny thing because, you know, there's a Wix poll show people, this is movie from Belarus. This is the chat. And for example, even in Syria. Things I wanted to show you, I see this is the thing which seeing characteristic of the photo. I mean, what photo camera was used to make this photo in the place. There was video fakes shortly. We also use the things like just seeing what the person is speaking of on the video and some details, and just searching through the video. Also information, it's for them sourcing give you. I think all this incompetence can help you a lot. And one second. I'm saying really 1 second. And we speak about other tools. So yeah, I think I will end on this. And
fact-checking website at that time. So we have
do this conversation on Twitter, I guess. People that don't that like the lie when they hear the fact that which actually lying to do it. And it actually fact-checking when it's presented as fact-checking something that have the opposite. So I know some of you, I know from Twitter.
So being is that having done this bread
is the first trick. See, we're asking you a policy-based question. You're willing to provide. So create a system. It's just like a math where you can help me. So out on comes
about systems, the program things.
It's very related to rating system. Had to reader to dig in more to our fact check. When it comes to basically look at we are trying to apply. We kind of have some criteria help our editors in order to make preliminary decision.
how much twisting is you.
as and otherwise. So that's, I think, the only way you can, because you cannot check everything. If you're checking like 1,600 pre-election promises, you cannot check every official information that you use. It's virtually impossible.
And so I will shortly add that also in cases we had only, for example, official statement, which we cannot basically check. For example, when we had a war started in like the situation started in Crimea, so we had, for example, officials, Ukrainians said that they have something under control and the other media saying they don't. So we usually try to write that Minister of Defense, like refuting. So it's kind of, we're given the information, but we also like staying a bit safe, I think.
Yeah, just to add to that thought as well, I completely agree with the principle of kind of innocent until proven guilty when you're checking someone's claim. At the same time, I think we try to be tough on inaccuracy and tough on the causes of inaccuracy. And one of the biggest causes is the lack of transparency. In the UK, we have very good official sources of data, but we also hold our politicians to incredibly high standards. If they do not cite their information, if they do not use a source that is published, we will try and come down very hard on that. Even if we're in a position to say, well, we basically don't know whether this is true or not. It's a serious failing in standards if a politician has used a piece of unpublished research. We had an example of this in the 2015 election we had this year of the Treasury, the Finance Department in the government made a claim about how much better off people were as a result of the government's tax and spending policies. They used research that was not published. They hadn't yet published it, and they couldn't publish it because they couldn't publish it after they'd made the claim because it was already an election campaign, and publishing information out of schedule during an election campaign is very questionable behaviour. we came down very hard on that. We took them to our statistics authority in the UK, and we got them to make a critical statement on behalf of that. And we hope in future that will make the Treasury and other government departments much more transparent about the data they produce.
Yeah, no, super quickly. We are a little lucky in that as well we can use the European Statistical Office and European researchers, which sometimes you can try and double up against. But it's, I think, where you're at and other countries where you're not always sure you can trust official sources that much, fact-checking becomes even more important. And I'd encourage you to look at, again, the example of Chequeado in Argentina, where, you know, the bloody inflation rate is, it's completely wrong in the official statistics, and they still managed to do some fact-checking.
Well, that was very, very fast and efficient. So thank you all so much for this conversation. Unfortunately, we have no more time. We're ending in the exact second when we should. So thanks everyone. Now we're finishing the first part of the day and the lunch is following. George, do you want to step in?
Okay, awesome. So lunch is at the same place. So starting from now, you have an hour and a half lunch break. An hour 15-minute lunch break, sorry about that. And if you go to the info point, they're selling tickets for this awesome sounding concert tomorrow called Mucha. And I just found out there's a band called Stereo Banana. So that sounds really amazing. It's only 7 k.m. for point participants and 10 for your friends. And you can get the tickets at the info center. So see you guys at lunch and then see you again back here in 1 hour and 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Since the beginning of 2014, a single
Da, che mal con la vita? Ma ti non piace, io ci ho per quando sto giocando in merda, diciamo. Ci ha rotto il culo. Ma vieni lì tolta, che ne vuoi nel gioco te, che me ne gioco. Ma oddio, non sta facendo. Sai che ne vuoi dire? Dove fanno dove? Co da? Kad počne? Gdje sam? Znaš šta, nešto ću uskutiti. Jesi pali kada? Nisam. Pali?
Jel se pali ona ovo dole ili gore?
Dole, tu.
Dobro. O, ljestve, hajde, čuvaj ti ovo ovdje na brzaka donijeti ljestve.
Ja, stane, a što misliš da je nakačiš ima na ovaj niži?
Na niži?
Ja.
Od treba nam samo neka nešto.
Nakači je na taj stale kad dođeš.
Na koji?
Da vidite za kameru.
Je, pa ja. Čemo i na ovo. Ali može li? Može li se postrba samo? Ali da ne bi... Da ne bi pala. Aha, no i gore, bro. Na ovaj, imaš haram?
Da se konektuje na...
Aha.
Pa šta, hoćeš da...
Neću jesti, nego kontra možemo i na ovu nižu. Imaš ti haram bilo šta? Ovako, čvrsto, da mogu samo iskoristiti postoje.
Jel ti ovo tu?
Odlično. Tu je ko Bog.
Samo da ne padne nekom na glavu.
Neće. Ovo što ide ka nazad. To. Sad može dobro i ovo.
Harris, how are you? Good. Harris, huh? I'm sleepy.
Ona već okina. A evo, opet, i ona javi, ona kad nema posla. Da, nije da. Ništa više ne okina. Evo, okina.
Ali ako sam stavio da. Šta stavio? Ušte je neki video.
Čitava.
Tu nešto video. Čim ovi dovolj? Ovo nije šansi da počne čim ovo završi. Sad sam na misli da stane. dobro, tu. Izgleda kao bila scenografija. And then the misinterpretation of the electoral code. One of the reasons why we have so big coalitions, like we will have like coalition with 42 parties, was only to basically they will have the time, they will borrow their time for media buy and project their own advertising. So this is it.
So you went a little bit over time. We may have to cut you in the second presentation.
Yes, I already did the problem.
So a couple of findings. One is that no matter how much money you spend, as according to at least the calculations on the aft, you don't necessarily win elections, because one of the things that Aldo forgot to say is that the party that spent less, so the coalition that spent less, according to your calculations, is the one that won in elections, yes. Correct? Yes. Okay. And the other one, for me very important, is there's another word in Albanian that's the same as in Bosnian, it's called lupa. It's a very difficult language for those of you who don't know. It's not related to any other language in the world. And so I'm always excited to see a word that I actually now know in Albanian. So cool. So a lot of these numbers don't mean a lot if you don't have anything to compare them to. For someone like me from the United States, these figures are much, much bigger. So you may be sitting there like Aaron maybe, who are thinking like, oh, this is not that much money, right? But when you compare it to previous elections, or you compare it to what is spent in other parts of the world, then it might mean a lot more. So Besjana Hissa from Albanian Institute of Science is going to take this a little bit further and tell us what do all these numbers mean and what her organization is doing to make them mean something else. Thank you. Hi everyone. Ivana present me. I am Besjana from Albanian Institute of Science. Me and my colleague that is right there. We will be talking about electoral spending and Zagreb. Albanian Institute of Science is a small organization working in Albania, and here is a part of our team. So I passed it. Okay, here. And our main project is Open Data Albania. Our website is right there. It's in Albanian and in English. And if you see the menu in the end, there is an option with electoral spending. So that's what I'm talking now in this session. So, we different from MIAF and from our organization, we don't see and publish what they really spend. We see and look what they declare they spend and what have they put in their audit reports. So, transparency and auditing the electoral spending, campaign expenditures is novelty in former communist country of Albania, and only in 2008 the political parties were obligated by law to declare the source of their funds. Meanwhile, there is still no longer mechanism in case of conflict of interest, so media is the only making this reporting and control this conflict of interest. So our organization is trying to help media and with our tools to find the problems and conflicts of interest. So we made conducted research regarding expenditures election campaigns held in 2009 and in 2013, and we saw that it was based in their audit records, and we saw that the most expensive, the best campaign, but most expensive was the one of 2013. Then the one of 2009, the most cheaper was the campaign of 2011. So what I was saying is look like this in this chart. So the expenses they have done during the 2009, 2011, and 2003 electoral campaigns. And a very important category of elective subjects funds are donations. So everybody knows that donations are non-public funds donated for elective subjects. So regarding 2013, election campaigns has seen donation of higher values. And I have to go back to the chart. So the chart is here. And we see with 2009, 2011, and 2013. We explored this private donation of 2013 electoral campaign, and by law they have to declare this, who donated this money to them. So in the election campaign, 50% of financial resources are private donations. And the Democratic Party that was in power at the time secured 52.29% of the total private giving the campaign. And followed by the Socialist Party that they won that election with 37.4% of the total electoral donations. Primary Democratica, that was a new party at that time, created by the ex-president Bemir Topi, and the Partia Progressiva Integrim and United, are the parties that secured 3 and 2%, even more than LSI, that is bigger than them, that secured only 1%. So the chart looks like that. There are 66 parties, only 25 declared that they have the public-private donations. So the biggest one is the Democratic Party, then the Socialist Party, and the other ones are the small parties. And we publish their list of donors. So this is for Democratic Party, a part of the list from Democratic Party. And we have to see that the LSI, the other party, declared only 2 donors. The Socialist and Democratic Party have so many donors, and LSI only 2. But what I have to stop and stay a little bit more is the Socialist Party. They won the election, and after the election we have to see the names there. And we see Ilir Beja, for example, that now is a Minister of Health. Or we see Keti Bardari, that now is running for municipality of Shkodra. We have Arben Mazniku, that is an ex-deputy minister of education, and we have also Arben Ahmeti, that is another minister of government, and a lot of the people who donated for the Socialist Party now have very good position in government. And what is very strange with one of them is the minister Arben Ahmeti. So we see here, Arben Ahmeti has donated 875,000 Albanian lek to the party, and he declared, the party declared this in 2013. But now our organization is working with declaration of assets of politicals and judges. So we saw, during our work, we saw his personal declaration of 2013. It looks like this. I don't know if it's clear to you, but here we see the declared expenses that he said in 2013, and we don't see that amount. He didn't declare it. The party declared it, but not the minister. So I don't know, the question here is that legal? Is that correct? I don't know. And another project of ours that started in 2013 is Zalart. Zalart is a website and mobile application platform that is created for citizens to report the problems during the elections. So. We have I'll just say before, because I was preparing to say almost the same things with the problems we had, vote buying or problem with the list of names. And everybody that have a problem like that in Albania during the elections time, they can report to Zalart. We launched it in 2013. We have a lot of problems reported in 2013. And I will say, we will show later some of 2015 reported yet, even that the electoral campaign started yesterday. And Aldo said that the amount was 20 to 25, then 15 tirana. But we know that in some part of Albania, reported in the Zalard, that 10 kilograms of flour, cooking flour, was 1 volt, or family volt, depends from the area. Or even if you say, I don't know how to say really in English, but if you have a Bible, because there are some parts of Albania that they are Catholic and where they believe a lot, if you say to the Bible that you will give the vote to the party, even this happened in Albania. So, this was for Zalar 2013, but to Zalar 2015 we have some other things, new things happening in Albania. So,
You're very good.
yeah, every year we have different ideas. So thank you. So I know that we imagined this originally a little bit differently, but since you already started talking about Zalars, why don't you just continue and tell us a little bit more about what you're doing ahead of the 2015 elections, together with Elon Hoxha, who's working with you on the same project, and then we'll switch back to Aldo and to let us know what Miaft is doing. To talk about Zalart, that is our website. It looks like this and is based on Ushaidi. And it's very easy to report in Zalart. So, the main idea of the project were that citizens are invited to denounce and so report and alert the problems on an open source platform that is website and also application, a mobile application, about problems they have encountered during electoral campaigns and electoral day. So, in 21st June 2015, we will elect mayors and municipalities council members responsible for 2015 and 2019. And the facts, audio, photo and video, irregularities and information collected will provide a clear overview of the electoral process and encourage the interest bodies, civic stakeholders and institutions to undertake appropriate administrative and political measures. So, our motto is ICT for fair election. Okay, given the incidents and infractions like vote buying, family vote, we have family votes in Albania, irregularities and in electoral list, so somebody didn't find their names, or their names was changed from one electoral center to another one, the abuse of administrative power, violence during the voting process, etc. During the electoral process, there is a need for citizens to act, monitor and address from all over the country. So our objectives are working as an online monitoring platform. We are online since 2013, and also the platform for 2015 has been online for about 6 months now. Real-time receiving and addressing alert information on electoral problems. Rising citizens' voice and increasing civic role in electoral protest through real-time monitoring. Real-time monitoring that increase objective and professional response. Using ICT to make solutions count in the country. Increasing public pressure and responsibility institutions for a regular and fair electoral process. So we have 2 brochures, one in Albania and one in English, to help citizens to understand how Zalart works. So, what can they report and how they can do the report. Everyone alerting irregularities and can report them by clicking the category report in the website. In addition, the citizen can manually add the location or from the phones is automatically set. And by selecting the right category, there are some categories listed like vote buying or problem with the list, etc. Can submit the report illustrated with photos or videos However, the citizen can choose whether to be anonymous or not, so they can write their name or not, it's their choice. As first step, the problems and irregularities are controlled, censored for any discriminatory language or image, so which will contribute to fair and ethical public information. At this stage, alerts are online, however, being marked as unverified. So, it's the ad hoc editorial rule. We have 24 journalists all over the country, and too much volunteer trained now for verifying these alerts. When the reports are identified as true, they are marked verified. The alert is aiming to empowering and providing a voice to Albanian citizens. By uniting the voices under the platform, it's easier to make citizens' voice heard in Albania, so it's easier to be together. The platform is a valuable tool for raising civic voice and increasing civic participations. The alert can serve as an alternative. Our idea was to serve as an alternative media source and thereby helping to establish strong roots of democracy in the country. The difference we make is civic engagement. So, what happens in election? I can talk a little bit more about what happens in elections in Albania.
Thank you, Besena. We are talking now about what happened in elections. In some electoral staff in Albania are asking public employers to promise that they will source 50 votes for the candidates political party for mayor, and this happened in 2 cities, Berat and Saranda. We can pass to Lara. This is brand new for us. Some electoral offices in Albania are offering a coupon with $40 to buy clothes on all of the shops of the candidate for mayor. The coupons carry the company logo and the respective political party logo. Yeah, I don't know. And this is brand new. For exactly, you can buy pens. We are here in Saranda because only in Albania may the electoral meeting take place in a national board like the one in Saranda, interrupting the poll activity and let the candidates speak undisturbed by the noise. No work, nothing's coming, nothing goes out till the meeting is finished. Here we are in one municipality in our country. The team, they create an atmosphere of tensions and abnormal situation for each electoral meeting, as you can see. The police in this area have considered some search and some court warrant without any catch in the act. This is quite disturbing because we are in a hospital in Berat where the staff leaves the patient untended for 2 hours in response to order that appear for an electoral meeting. Why should such events be reported? Gifts and money are often so openly that citizens think that those things are normal in Albania during the electoral campaign. By urging the citizens to report, we ask them to take towards to vote buying.
By publishing what citizens report, the public institutions feel under pressure because this is the only way in Albania they can do something in the right way, feel under the pressure to intervene and fix the situations. The certified international and domestic observers receive signals in real time and go to the indicated place to check. We had this in 2013 to the municipal of Kuksi. So during the test from high school in the end, because the last year of high school they can vote for the first time. And they have made some alerts so they cannot enter with the phones and everything. And the signal check was closed the day of the test because they have the students promised to give them the party in power to give the vote. So we put it as alert, and they went there and checked if that was true, and it was true. The alert works in framework of electoral situation room, so an initiative to coordinate work among civil society organizations working for fair elections, and an initiative taken for the first time this year. And we are creating a map.
With with most problematic areas. You can see it. And the map was created, all these problems, all these reports was taken the last month. And the official day of the electoral campaign start yesterday, the 21 May, and ends in 21 June. Yeah?
So we have so many reports and we have these alerts, even that the elections campaign didn't start yet. So you can find us in these links or contact us outside.
Thank you.
Here I am. Some of these examples are really outrageous. I'm proposing a hashtag only in, and let's see if anybody can top what happens in your country during elections. So let's open this competition on Twitter right now. Only in, this is what happened in elections, because I find this episode of,
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted. Okay, let's do it. And then while you're focusing, actually don't focus on that yet because we have another interesting presentation by Aldo who's going to talk about what is NIAF doing now ahead of the crucial June 21st local elections. Wait.
They have 8.4 million euros. What was it is, but if you add the coupons of the jeans in various ways that they come, you can multiply it even by 2 or 3 times. So. Another interesting thing that we're doing in Albania, apart from counting how much money do they spend and where this money comes from, which is a very interesting topic, and we will evolve on that. We have some future plans on that. We are also doing another project, which is I think that most of you are very familiar with. It's called the Truth Meter. In Albania, it's Vërtet Maci. Basically, we started this in 2013 with the general elections in 2013 and what the previous government have achieved in 4 years compared to what they have promised. And now we did it again for this election in terms of what they promised in 2011 local elections and how much were they accountable for these promises that they had during these 4 years. And of course, we're going to be ready for the next 2015. We are already working in terms of, as soon as the political promises will be ready, we will do 2 things. First of all, do the truthfulness of the new promises that will come out in 2015, and then keep record of those promises and possibly to issue a report for the first 100 days and the first year. The background, just a very short background about what's happening in Albania, why we need the Truth Meter and why we're insisting on the Truth Meter. It's the whole money story that I was telling you about. The main problem of the money story is that political parties, they are not accountable anymore to the citizens. They're ready to promise anything. During the 2013-2011 elections, we had every kind of possible promises, from taking the sea to a city which is in the middle of Albania and doesn't have access to sea, to employment. Employment was one of the most preferred promises, where one party would have promised 250,000 new jobs, the other party would come up and says 300,000 new jobs, and this is what we call electoral promises as a public bid. Basically, they were just bidding each other to who will be more sexy and promising. We have a significant lack of collective memory in Albania due to the old problems that we have and due to the many problems that we have internally and regionally. It's very hard for the citizens to keep track about what they promised, how they are promising it, and how they are fulfilling their promises. And then we have lack of accountability, like I was saying, and the other problem is the lack of impartial media. Most of the media, they just go after the political parties. Even now that we're starting the campaign, you would see the coverage of the electoral campaigns, and most of the time they are not on the field coverage. They are just tapes made already and edited by the party and just sent it out to the media, which is of course one of the worst way how you can conduct electoral campaigns in one country, not only in Albania. So what we did is that, like I was saying, we kept record of what they promised in 2011, and we started issuing this report about the municipalities, 7 main municipalities in Albania, and how they are doing in fulfilling up their promises. Now, I know I've done a mistake in the presentation, so you will allow me. But first of all, the methodology, how we do the fact checking. We use three main channels of fact checking. The first one is the official legislation, so everything that the municipalities or the council of the municipalities, they produce, like laws or measures, reports, everything like that. We verify through that their promises, if they are fulfilled or not. Monitoring of official statements and public events, like if they are promised a school, for sure there will be like 2-3 festive things about, announcing this new school, the renovation of the school, this, how you call this, the Rereshiritas. I'm not sure they do it everywhere. Yeah, opening ceremony, you cut these things, and everybody's happy. Ribbon cutting, you know so much about this. you know what I'm talking about. And the third thing is that they tend to lie sometimes about this promises kept. Is the actually on the ground verification. We basically went and see if the road is constructed, if the light are put in place, if the school is being constructed or not, and so on. And how will we evaluate? It's pretty much the other truthometer, but this time we use only four categories: fulfilled promises, partially fulfilled promises, unfulfilled promises, and not measurable promises. And this was it is part of the creativity of the Albanian politicians to make these promises which you don't know even how to measure them. These are the 8 municipalities that we decided to monitor. Tirana is the capital. Durrës, Vlora, Korçë are the main basic municipalities after Tirana. And the other one, the first 4 we already did issue the report, and we are still missing the other 4, Shkodra, Elbasan, Fier, and Gjirokastër, which will be coming up in coming 2 weeks. This is the Durrës municipality, and it's obnoxious to see how few promises of what they promised that they were able or willing to keep. The municipality is we can see the total amount of promises. 16 of them filled promises, partially found this every municipality percentage of fulfilled promises. And then we have the Korçë municipality, which for the moment is at the top with 37%. So the best that we have so far is 37% of fulfilled promises. And then we have the capital. I'm sorry for the because I changed it. Down only to 17%. So basically the municipality of the capital of Albania, which has the biggest budget, which has the biggest infrastructure and everything, which has the biggest number of employees, and it still keep growing. It actually has only 70% of promises fulfilled, and some of the not measurable. Just to give you an example, like one of them was enabling the healthy environment. How? To whom? Like why? Increasing the capacities of the public administration. Just increasing them in whatever he might feel doing that, or new way of marketing tourism, but just like that, and this was one of the problems, and this is why we started from 2013. We actually started when they actually do the promises. We had a specific report which measures the truthfulness of the promises, meaning that if one part would promise new way of marketing tourism, will be there questioning how, to which kind of tourism. Is this going to cost you? Where are you going to find the budget? And who is the institution in charge of this? So basically, this is our truthometer for the local truthometer for Albania. Thank you.
And just for the record, especially since the PolitiFact person is in the house, we know truthometer is a trademarked phrase. But we checked with Bill, he said he's not going to sue anybody, we can use it. So, just so that we were, It's all good? It's all good, okay. Great. So we actually have about 10 minutes or so for questions and answers. So let's see if anybody has any questions about.
Hi, I'm Mirin from Kosovo. Question to Ardal. Will you analyze social media advertising spending for this year's election campaign?
You touched a very sensitive note for me, because this was the monitoring of the electoral finance election in Albania was basically one of the most frustrating projects and even dangerous to some extent. Sometimes because political parties started to become very, very angry at us. We wanted to do, of course, we wanted to do this year as well, but at some point we were from the position of it's going to happen to what happened. So no, unfortunately now we're not going to measure it, but we think that we have enough data from the 2013, and now we are actually negotiating with one of our main partner donors in Albania, he's foreign actually, to have a follow-up, another type of follow-up, because it's very cool to have it also for the local elections to see how much they spend, but it's even better to try to fix some of the problems. And we found so many gaps in the electoral code that we think that it's much more worth investing in advocating the change of the law electoral code than to do again. Even though I would have much more preferred to do it once more for the local elections and then switch to the advocacy plan.
Can I have a follow-up question on that? You mentioned that one of the big reasons why some of these things are difficult to follow is that not just problematic legal framework, but also how poorly the media and political parties stick to that legal framework. And then this year something different happened. Media is refusing to air. It's not true?
It's not true.
This is what the news.
They have. Okay. Sorry. Because I got your
so
point.
the news report basically said that the media is going to refuse to air these various party rallies or edited, yes, because they consider it to be political commercials that they should be charged for. So it's not true.
They went. It was hilarious. They went on the main news, the three main private TV station, national TV station, and said we're stopping this now. We're not keeping accepting any more edited tapes, and then the next day, within 24 hours, they were doing it. So no, it was too good to be true.
And I was going to say too good to be true. Then I was actually going to ask you if you think that any part of the credit can be taken by the work that you do and the fact that you pointed your finger to how this media advertising has been abused in the last elections, but I guess not yet. Okay, any other questions? All the way in the back.
Okay, I will try. My name is Vesna, coming from Banja Luka. I have a question. Does your political parties use Kosovo-like agenda? Or if they do use Kosovo-like agenda, can you measure that?
Well, of course, they use any kind of thing that they can use, as a principle. But then, yes, of course, they use the Kosovo issue as well. But they don't use it as. They use it more to attack personally each other. And we had a situation in Albania where the former prime minister, one of his strongest points was about this man of the Albanians, and he was self-proclaiming him, and he invested a lot on his image to be this, very patriotic guy and who takes care about all the Albanians and so on. But mostly, and in most of it, it's been only a matter of attacking each other in terms of policies and foreign policies that they might do, like when they appoint ambassadors, or when we had this issue about, for instance, the maritime issue with Greece. It's about how we divide the sea, the border of the sea. And from that, we were able to pass to Kosovo just because of nationalistic, issues. But no, we had one party in 2013, which was using this nationalistic theme very strong. It was the AK Alliance, Black and Red Alliance. Thank God, they ended up, self-destructing themselves, and I think we have overpassed that kind of mentality. It still exists, but far more away from what this AK party was doing, and they were actually starting at some point. They started to become very popular, very loud around. But now they are just to the level of ridiculous.
Lucky you. Do you have anything to add? No? Okay, any other questions? Yeah, that sounds like music to Bosnian ears. A party that self-destructs because it was using nationalist rhetoric in elections. Is that what's going to happen here? Any other questions? No? Okay, well, first of all, I'm happy to report that there's at least 4 tweets that were using the only in hashtag. Keep them coming. So far we have reports about zombie voters, about people who are not able to vote, even though they were waiting in line, or another example of misusing public administration and civil servants for building up to vote. So anyway, I think, thank you so much. Please join me in thanking our 3 colleagues from Albania in telling us a very interesting story about elections in Albania.
Da samo pojačaju crvenu, barem na ovoj smanju malo zelenu.
got 84.54% of votes, Alexander Lukashenko got 79.67% of votes, and Vladimir Putin got 63.64% of votes on the last presidential elections in their countries. Also, 84% of respondents to a survey conducted in the US in March 2014 could not correctly point Ukraine on a map.
Next up, we talk about Manabals, the platform where citizens can actually influence the parliament. Please welcome Darko Brkan on stage, as this is his last time on stage at this point.
They stole my icebreaker. Okay, cool. So basically, as you heard, this is my last time, hopefully. Maybe there will be an emergency. So basically, the story about having Manabals on plane starts maybe like a year and a half ago. That's when I first heard. I read, I think it was a New York Times article or something like that on Manabals. I was like, wow, this is cool. Imagine that we can collect. And at the time there were some issues in Bosnia and some protests, and I was like, wouldn't it be cool to have this like that we could collect 10,000 signatures and have Parliament talk about the issue. And basically, I don't know, I was looking for a contact for quite a while, and then from our Lithuanian friends, I managed to get a contact of somebody at Manabalos. Last year it didn't work out because of the time and the schedule, so I'm really glad to welcome Madara Pepina, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, from Manabalos to talk about how they managed to work it out that actually a civic-led platform became something that's formally recognized by the parliament in Latvia. Please welcome Madara Pepina.
It works? Okay, how do I get my presentation on the screen? No? No? Sorry. I could try to run with this, but I'm not sure it would be a great success. It should be a PowerPoint presentation. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, there was actually, I think they missed the session because even the introductory video was the wrong one, so sorry.
Are we going to see it over there? Yeah, okay, good. Thank you for a kind introduction. My name is Madara, and I'm representing Manabalos, or My Voice. I didn't know that the story of us being here goes so far back, but I'm happy to be here, and I'm very excited about all the ideas I heard already, and I'm totally going to pass it on back home. But today I'm going to tell you our story, and which consists of three things. One is I'm going to tell you who we are and how Manabalos works. The other thing is I'm going to show you some results and what has actually happened during the past 4 years. And the five is that, the number three is that I'm going to share 5 things that we have learned during this journey, and hopefully some of that will be useful to you and your project. So who we are. We are a grassroots NGO. Basically, it was founded as a project from the people, for the people. And our main idea, what we want to do, is we want to bring people's ideas and put them on the Parliament's official agenda. Not just to send a letter, not just to maybe wave a small flag and say this is important. No, we want to be seriously considered when Parliament comes together and discusses their official law projects or whatever they discuss there. So this was the first idea behind it, and this has been our main goal, our main story during all these 4 years. So we started back in 2011, and a short history of what happened at that time in Latvia was that the Parliament was fired by the President of the state. Parliament was doing so bad at what they were doing that they were let go, and the emergency election was announced. And on that small time, 2 guys, and they were both very young, 23, 24 years old, and they thought, what if we build a platform where people actually can put on their ideas and get them to Parliament? Because they heard and they knew that there are so many ideas in the society, in people's heads, in the conversations around the dinner table, what could be done better, but no one can really gather them together and bring them to decision makers. So that was what they did, and they built a platform on the internet for that. And the platform the goal was to build something for solutions, not just a platform where you can be depressed together and whine about how bad it is in our country. No, they wanted to build a solution, and that's how Manabalos came about. So how does it work? Any citizen of Latvia can submit an initiative on the platform, and it goes in our system. We review it, we say if it's okay or if it's not okay, should it be corrected or is it missing something? And then when we work together with the author, we come to the final version of the text, of the best possible version of the initiative text, and then we publish it on our platform. And then we start collecting signatures from other citizens of Latvia, and we need 10,000 signatures for an idea to be put on the Parliament's official agenda. So just to give you context, the overall population is 2 million in Latvia, so we need 10,000 signatures. Once it's done, together with the author of idea, we bring it to Parliament to say here it is, and then they have to review it first technically. They have to check all the electronic signatures, and then they have to give it to one of the Parliament's official commissions and put it in an agenda and actually review it and ask experts, ask the author, and together they have to decide what they're going to do about the issue. And the final stage is that they have to make a decision on it, and in most of the cases they also have to do the final vote in one of the Parliament's big official sittings. This is how it looks. And this is how the portal looks. You can see there's initiatives, and on the right you can see how we do the user identification. We do it by internet banking, and that's how we can make sure that all the signatures are actually done by real people, done only once, and after that Parliament can check it in the citizen registry and make sure that they're actual legitimate electronic signatures. And what are the results? In the past 4 years, the beginning was, everyone in the beginning was very excited about this, and we had a lot of users and signatures in the first 4 months. Then the activity went down a little bit, but in the past year we have managed to get it back up again. And we have 15 petitions have gone to Parliament altogether. And about 8 e-petitions we have received the final vote in Parliament, and in one or another way these initiatives have become a law amendment, and that's quite a remarkable result actually, because when we were talking with MPs in the Parliament, they said that it's almost like Manavels has become another MP in the Parliament, because usually what members of Parliament can do in their 4 years of their serving term is maybe get through, I don't know, 1, 2, or 3 legislation amendments. Manavels have managed to do 8, so it's almost like we have a seat in the Parliament already. That's a nice metaphor, I think. Over 35% of Latvia's population has visited Manavels, which is also quite a big number for Latvia, because we consider ourselves to be quite passive and quite politically inactive people, and we don't care much about politics, but Manavels actually proved that if you give the right tool, if you give the right platform for people, they're quite willing to engage, and they really have something to say about what is going on. We have had over 120 people who have actually logged in with their internet banking and signed at least one e-petition, and the internet banking actually has worked quite well for us. I know that it's not the only solution, it's not the best solution, but it has worked quite well for Latvia, because 75% of all the population in Latvia actually use internet banking in their daily life. So for us it was the cheapest and actually also the most used solution that's quite accessible for most of the people. And what are the hottest topics on Manavels? So what are the ideas about and what people really care about? One is public government and all kinds of open government, transparency, also constitutional reform issues that people want to change. It's also economics and taxes has been proved one of the most popular topics, because taxes is something that people want to vote about. They want to have a say in what kind of taxes they have to pay, but it's also one of the most controversial issues, because of course everyone wants less and smaller taxes and more benefits from state, but not so many people think about where is this money going to come from and how we're going to fill the government's budget. So about those initiatives we're quite careful about. And of course there are other issues: society, nature, health, culture, traffic, and others. And these are some of the initiatives that Parliament actually have voted yes. The first initiative, Let's Open the Parliament, I want to spend some more time on, because that was an initiative that got us the legislation piece in one of the parliamentary procedure codes that actually makes it obligatory for Parliament to take these signatures into account. And that has been a deal maker for us, because in other countries where similar platforms have been built, if they didn't have this legal framework for these signatures when they go to Parliament, the Parliament has no obligation to do with them whatsoever. They can refuse to take them account, they can just sweep it under the carpet, they can say, okay, thank you, that's nice, but we don't have time for this, or we don't have money for this. In our case, they can't do that. They have to, either they like it or not, they have to do something about it, and there has to be a vote on that. And it has to go all through all the review stages. But when Manabal started, there wasn't such law in the first place. So the first initiative actually was about making such law, and that got us the legal framework for all the other initiatives that followed, that they will be reviewed accordingly. So that was kind of like a little bit tricky and smart move from the founders, but I think that worked very well. Also, some initiatives that got yes in the Parliament was about offshore entrepreneurs and stricter responsibility for breaking MP's oath, and public transport and synthetic drugs, and etc., etc. And at the moment there are some initiatives in the Parliament about taxes, about added value tax, and one very controversial initiative that's going to be submitted in Parliament on the 1st of June, that I predict there's going to be such a drama about that. It's going to be about legalizing marijuana in Latvia, and there are already some MPs who are so angry about it, but that makes it even more interesting. And so what we have learned during these 4 years is that technology is never enough, and what drives change is people behind it. And I have talked with many people who are running the similar platforms, and we're pretty much on the same page about that. You can give this kind of platform, and in the beginning it will work very well, and everyone is going to be really excited about it. But if you don't have devoted people behind it, and if you don't have people who are actually knowing what they're doing, people are going to lose interest in it, and if it's not going to show results, then people will stop believing in these kind of tools, and it's going to be a lost case. In our case, it really meant that we can't run this on just a voluntary basis. We had to get staff for making it really serious. So everyone, starting from journalists and users and also people in the Parliament, that they would take us seriously. It also means that those who are submitting initiatives, they really have to. It can't be just you sit down at the computer 15 minutes, write something, submit, and hope that this is your big grand idea that's going to Parliament. You really have to work on it, and you really have to be ready to put some effort and energy and time in getting it to the Parliament and working it once it's in the Parliament. Another thing is that is around the crowdsourced content, which in our case means all the ideas and initiatives that people want to submit to the Parliament. Because in the beginning it was like, okay, so everyone who wants can submit something, it goes online automatically, you can start collecting signatures about anything you want, and hopefully it will work. People have power, right? But then we realized that it's gonna, if we keep doing like that, it's going to soon turn into big garbage bin where everyone can just throw whatever they want to, and we didn't want that to happen, and that's why we had to create a framework for initiatives, for the content, for how the initiative should look like, what should be in it, what shouldn't be in it, how short it should be, or and etc., etc. And that has helped us to maintain the quality of the text, the quality of initiatives, because we had a lot of criticism from both from civic society activists and from parliament and from experts about that. Lots of those ideas were just gibberish, you know, they were just nothing, and if they go to parliament, no one will take them seriously. So we had to create a framework. In our case, it's a certain criteria for initiatives, that they have to be legally possible, they have to be pro something, not against something, they have to be based on a true fact, and etc., etc. And that has helped us to kind of create a filter, how to kind of get rid of those who are not very serious about what they're doing. Another lesson that we have learned is that you have to be focused on the results. No matter what you do, you have to always keep in mind why you're doing that, both us as a platform, but also those authors of ideas. And for us, it also has meant that we always have to measure the results and follow up with all the initiatives that go to Parliament, what is happening and what stage they are, what the MPs are doing, what they're saying, what the vote has been. And we always have to communicate back to the users, because the question that we get again and again and again is, what's the point? What's the point for people voting, signing, sharing the initiatives if nothing is happening? So we as a platform have to make sure that something is happening with these initiatives, and that something has actually been changed because of what we are doing. Another thing is that we are trying to focus on solutions, not so much on criticism or just being against something. That's also one of our criteria for initiatives themselves, is that every idea you can turn into being pro something, and even if it's the harshest criticism, even if you want to get rid of a state of president, you always can turn it into something positive, because we truly believe that people are more into voting for positive change, not just plain negativity and putting everything down. And another, I know it's a spelling mistake there, but another thing is that don't always play by the rules, and be smart and be cheeky if you need to, and know your game, because I've learned it in a hard way, that being polite and very neat and kind of like following all the written and unwritten rules, you think it's going to get you somewhere really fast, but it's not, because especially politicians, they're very shrewd, and they're going to wrap you around your little finger. So you have to measure up, and you have to kind of like play the same game. And in our case, it meant for founders to use media in very smart ways, how to get their message across. It meant going and talking to several members of parliament directly, and promising that maybe some things to them that they couldn't deliver, but they did it anyway. And for us, it also means using some e-marketing tips and tricks when we talk to users, and that's what helps us to keep it attractive for a wider population. And the last thing that I'm going to finish with is that in our experience in Latvia, we have seen this work, and this is something that we have been following for the past 4 years, is what is happening with similar e-petition platforms in wider Europe and in the world. We know that there are successful platforms like this in, for example, United Kingdom, in Germany, in Finland, in Czech Republic. They founded it last year, and we helped them with some tips and tricks how to formulate things. But in Ukraine and Estonia, something like that is still in the building process. But we believe that something like this could work in other countries as well, and we would love to see that in every country in Europe, people have the right to co-create the parliament's agenda and put something really important from their side on the parliament's agenda, and trust that it's going to be discussed and reviewed in a good and serious way. So what we're doing this year, we're publishing our open code of our platform. We're ready to share it with whomever wants to use it. So if you're interested, come to me. We can talk about that. We're also happy to share our knowledge and share our expertise. We will so that's it from my side as far as the presentation goes. I hope you have questions. Yeah, and just sit here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and then I probably have dozens of questions, but I'll abuse my privilege only with like 2, if possible, and then I'll if it's okay with everybody. Thank you. So basically, my first question is on the legislation part, like when the first thing that you do. So like basically, if I understand it well, so you're a new platform. You just came out. The first initiative was actually making it kind of opening the parliament towards the platform. So my question is like on the legislation, is it a piece of legislation that actually permits any type of website that could collect 10,000 signatures in such a way to submit it to the parliament, or it does give any exclusivity to Manabals as such? And like, you know, how does it work? If somebody else would start up something like that, do they have to accept your code that you set for the platform? It can be any type of legislation if it's not exclusive to Manabals.
Good question. So the legislation, the piece of law, it's not. We are not mentioned in it, and it's not exclusive. So it gives the right to petition to Parliament with 10,000 signatures for any citizen of Latvia or any organization of Latvia, and the signatures can be collected both on the paper or electronically. And that electronical bit, that was something that we lobbied in quite strongly, and Parliament agreed to that because that gave us the right to do what we do. But those signatures can be also on a paper, and of course anyone else can build platforms like this as much as they want.
So basically, coming to the point that comes directly out of it, because I mean, you look like a pretty safe platform in terms of, like, you know, having a piece of legislation that Parliament would actually want to debate on in there. But like, you know, I'm kind of, I don't know, I'm a bit frightened with like what, for instance, in Bosnia, what could mobilize 10,000 people to sign, you know, like, and then it gets all the way to personal security for me. You know, like there might be issues and that can mobilize 10,000 people in this country. So like, you know, how do you, without, and I guess it's not ideologically set. I mean, like you have rules that are more procedural rather than ideological. So how do you work on that? Like, is it, and still there's, as I see, like in your rules, there's still a lot of, it's not total clear. You need to make decisions. And like basically, if it's not ideological, how do you kind of, is there a board that decides on that? Who decides on what goes and what doesn't go? And actually, I'll put it on one question. Do you actually help petitions once you put them online to go into the parliament? Is there any way, or it is done by the proposing entity itself, the whole marketing, promotion, and everything?
I'll start with the latter question because that's easier to answer. But one thing we feel very strongly about is supporting those authors from the beginning they submit their initiative till the very end when they get the vote. And of course our resources and funds and opportunities to give this support are also limited. But what we do is we help them to work on the text and make it as attractive and sexy as possible in terms of making the best possible version that is understandable and it's clear what they want and that it could get as many signatures as possible on the platform. But we also help them with media support. We help them with some legal issues if they have any. We help them with connecting to other organizations and experts who might help them with their idea. So and once it's in a parliament, we also help them with understanding how this whole parliament machinery works and how they can get more support in the parliament itself, kind of like some lobbying tips and tricks. So we do that. So they're certainly not alone in that. About how we decide which initiatives to publish or not, well, I wish we had a board. We don't. It's mostly me and some of my colleagues, and one of them is the founder, who are still trying to decide. But we're trying to keep it ideologically as neutral as possible. And of course there are some ideas that I personally don't agree with. There will be some ideas who I know that will never fly in Parliament, because members of Parliament will be against it right away, but still I strongly believe that that's what democracy is about, right? Like just being able to discuss and talk about ideas that you don't like, and being able to tolerate these ideas in Manabals, in Parliament's agenda, in media, in expert opinions, and so on. So that's one of the strong values we're trying to build this on.
So no matter how tempted I am to continue this, I'll basically give the floor to the audience, and I also give the mic so I don't be tempted anymore to ask more questions. So.
Thank you. It's a very interesting presentation. My question is, politicians are very tricky people. And so I wondered, one, has this happened, or two, have you considered the possibility, and I'll just be, hypothetical is easier. I'm a politician, I want to help a business or an industry by lifting some regulations vis-a-vis the environment. What would stop me from enlisting my supporters to start a petition in this process so that I, as the politician, can say, this came from the people. This is not my idea, the people want this to help the business. So it still has, in theory, a good goal, right, I guess, to help the business. But maybe it's essentially the politicians or using this online petition process as a cover for something maybe that they would not be as comfortable doing. Does that make sense?
Do you hear? Yeah. It's funny because what actually happened that politicians didn't think that they have to be as smart as that. They are actually putting their own initiatives with their own names and political parties right away, and we don't have rules about who can or cannot submit initiatives in terms of companies or political parties or citizens, etc. We allow it to use it for everyone, because we have also seen that for political parties it can be a good tool how to promote good ideas. If they don't have support in Parliament right away, they build this support from society. It can be a deal maker for them later on. But we are quite careful about this first review, and we haven't had any cases where we have been tricked into something where we think that the initiative is about this, but then it turns out that there's some secret agenda or something. But we do Google everyone who submits initiative. We do kind of like a quick check on the person or organization, and then we have a talk. And usually people are quite straightforward about what they want, what their goals are, and if it complies with our criteria, then we say fine. Let's see what people think.
I'll ask a technical one. So how does this authentication work through the banking system? You said e-banking, right? Did I get that right?
So it works. We have to make a contract with each bank, and they give us their authorization code or their I don't know how in programming it works, but they give us this authentication option, and then people can log on with their internet banking, and the bank gives us the name, surname, and the ID code. And that's the information that we get and that we can use to identify the signature and later on to make sure that the person hasn't, I don't know, signed it 2 times or something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense perfectly.
Yeah.
Was there any concern about this?
Yes, the banks didn't want to trust us in the beginning. It was quite a big effort to actually get through to them and convince them that we're not going to abuse data, that we have good goals, that we are going to make sure about all the data privacy and etc., etc. But once we got one of the biggest banks on board, then all the others just followed.
In cases when another question, in cases when you have many proposals, do you try to consolidate them into one or bring people together to...
Yeah, we don't consolidate them, but we do bring people together. We say you could work together, see that you have same goals, so we try to do that, yes.
So if there are no more questions, and there are no more questions, I would like us to thank Madara again for I think a very inspiring presentation. I hope that one of the countries in the region, or all of the countries in the region, will soon be on the map also. Thank you.
Ilham Aliyev got 84.54% of votes, Alexander Lukashenko got 79.67% of votes, and Vladimir Putin got 63.64% of votes on the last presidential elections in their countries. Also, 84% of respondents to a survey conducted in the US in March 2014 could not correctly point Ukraine on a map.
And now we talk about the situation in Eastern Europe. Please welcome Karolina Wysocka on stage.
Hi everyone, how are you? Is it working? Hi, so I will have the pleasure to moderate this session. We have 1 hour to discuss this exciting topic. You don't see it. It's Europe East, power, oppression and technology. Personally, I believe we are like part of a game of a struggle between power and oppression, both who have the authorities and the civil society. And I have this fear that as a civil society we are a bit in a defensive position and we are kind of starting to lose the game of power. So I believe this session is quite important for raising awareness. I wouldn't like us as civil society to be like cows going to a slaughterhouse. So I would like you to look at it, not only what you will hear from our panelists, but it's not only examples from the country, but to look for patterns. And I would like us to be more aware of the worrying patterns that happen, because only if we are aware and if we understand the new threats, then we can resist to them. And I also would like us later on in the discussion to look for solutions, how we can resist together, how we can support those who specialize in resistance, and how we can build our strength as a civil society. So the idea is that at first, our 3 wonderful panelists, they will make a small presentation each to give you some more context from their experience. And then we will have half an hour for discussion, and I hope it will be an active discussion. Together we will be looking for solutions to the problems we see around. So the first person I would like to invite on stage is Alexis Sidorenko from Teplice of Social Technologies.
Hi everyone.
So the floor is yours, Alexis.
Oh, thank you. Hi, my name is Alexis Sidorenko, and our project helps Russian NGOs in civic initiatives, but I also do study the internet. And I'd like to start with a quite an alarmist statement. I mean, activists are losing. And 2014 had shown this. And it's not that, I mean, like, we need to be smarter, that we're not smart. Probably in the Kriterion cinema, we have the highest brain density, like higher brain density than in the whole region, I believe, like so many great talented people. But nevertheless, the governments are not as stupid as they were even 4 years ago. And this is why we need to be more efficient. And I'll try to explain what is happening, at least the way I see it. Well, I hope you will recognize this part. Governments of the industrial world, you weary giants of flesh and steel, I come from cyberspace, the new home of mind. On behalf of the future, I ask you, you of the past, to leave us alone. You are not welcome among us. You have no sovereignty where we gather. Who can guess where it's from?
Declaration of the Independence of the Cyberspace.
Yes, thank you. That's a great document from 1996 by John Perry Barlow. And I really like to read it, and I really enjoy coming back to it. It just simply resonates with my heart. But it turns out that the industrial governments of flesh and steel have different idea of the cyberspace. And the reason of it, because networks institutionalize. Our homes of mind are actual houses. This is Yandex. It's the most popular website in Russia, as well as in many, in some post-Soviet countries. Its audience is bigger than the entire population of the Balkans regions. It has a monument of the horse in it. This building is in Moscow. This is Kontaktin, 52 million users. It's in the center of St. Petersburg. Finally, and I like this example most, it's 27th floor building. Mail.ru and Одноклассники. Those are the offices of the 3 major social networks. And I'm not saying, I mean, like Google or Facebook is better. I mean, like they do not have skyscrapers though. But the idea is that the networks institutionalize really fast. And where you have institutionalization, you have control. And not only this, I said that, okay, you know, like Russian social networks, you know, control, understood. But starting September, in Russia, like Google and Facebook will have to store the personal data of the users. So the homes of mind suddenly, you know, become actual physical spaces. This is frightening a bit. Add to this mixture 242 block domains in Russia. You'll get, you know, like we were speaking of oppression. Yes, that is oppression. So in order, if I would have to summarize the policy of recent Kremlin like attitude towards the internet, I would rephrase Clint Eastwood. He was speaking about the guns, but here's, if there is a social network around, I want to be in control of it. And I mean, like, of course you can say that, oh, it's Russia again, you know, something to these. But I mean, like, come on, think of it. Like Macedonia, Serbia, other countries here in the region. I'm like, what kind of corrupt, lazy government wouldn't like to have the same kind of attitude? Huh? Well, then, you know, it's quite easy. The second thing, why we have to be smarter, is because our networks are infected. I made a recent small research, and it turned out, I analyzed the top 100 bloggers in Russia. So 20% of them, after the war, and annexation of Crimea, they're openly imperialistic. 20% more, so in general 40%, they post identical content from time to time. Some may be anti-government, anti-Putinist, but they post in a synchronized manner, the same way, and they do not counter the conversation, they simply, show it from the other angle. Moreover, 11% of top Russian media outlets have become propaganda sources, just pure. Which actually means that right now, when there is so much more content that's being produced, and in Russia, every month, 100,000 news is being produced. And imagine 11% of it, quite enough to make any kind of opinion, is just enough to sustain control of a conversation. Add to this picture, these are, everybody's favorite countries in terms of free internet and free speech, right? They just signed on 5th of May a cooperation to take care of the internet because it's a threat, of course. Well, this is why activists need to realize certain things. Well, ask yourself, how fast did your audience grow? Because, we're competing in terms of conversation. We're competing in terms of attention. And, when in the economy, when you have only 30 seconds for a website and 3 seconds for a headline, how good were you? When I asked myself this question, I said, well, I was not good enough. Because RUNET, even though it's quite big, it's 70 million, and it grows 3-4 millions every year. It will stop soon, though, simply because it saturates. But I can't say that we're growing millions. This means something is wrong in the design. We need to scale up. And who knows which website grew, civic website, taking care of the civic activity, grew almost 1 million of users in 2014. Just a few months.
In Russia?
What?
In Russia,
Yeah, in Russia.
Is that VK?
No, VK is just a social network. It was change.org. Right now it's 184th most popular website. And I know that it has questionable business model. You might also argue with the power of petitions, but it's working. It has a reach now of 3 million users. I see petitions every day. And it has a sustainable financial model. Maybe we should, look at the positive examples as well, trying to think of something innovative. At the same time, the question asks, every activist knows that some things simply cannot be crowdsourced. So let's ask ourselves, what can be crowdsourced and what can't? And I know there are services that say, well, register and we will help you translate something and retweet something across the borders. But is it a good approach? Did we try out all the approaches? Well, that's a question. I'd like you to answer this. The second thing is that international networks of trust should be nurtured and developed. And I know this conference does a lot for this. It's really great to be here with so many people from so many countries. But, we need to try harder. So, how do you know you can trust a person you didn't know? Any ideas? Come on, what do you use? The network. What kind of network? Yeah, but technically, what do you use? Okay, so for example, if I have to contact a person, or someone contacts me, the first thing I do, I kind of look for this guy. Yeah, I looked for how many Facebook friends we have in common. But the problem is, I mean, Facebook is a centralized platform. You know, who knows what will happen to it? Users or citizens have no control over it. And this is a problem. And this is a problem for all of us. Of course, Facebook is great, and I'm like a superpower user of it. I do not know how much time I spend in it. But I mean, like, technically, and in terms of design, it's still a problem because there is no other way, well, like in a fast way, to find out who our friends are. And we need to think about it. Let's think about it. Remember 1992? I mean, so some probably, you know, I was, how much? I was like 8 years old, but I kind of tried to make an impression that I remember that time. So the first PGP protocol used the concept of the web of trust. Really, really nice concept. So it was very technical. It spoke about PGP keys and stuff, and but still, I mean, the idea that sooner or later we will create an intelligent network of the people that trust each other. It's beautiful, but where we are now, I mean, like, who has a PGP key here? Wow. I thought that everyone would raise their hands. Wow.
I have 3.
Okay. But still doesn't improve the situation. I mean, seriously. I mean, like, here are the most kind of like innovative people. I'm like, please make your PGP keys. And this is just one thing. I mean, let's think of how we can connect and create the web of trust also for those less technically savvy new users that join the network in millions and that are especially prone to propaganda. Encryption, I believe, and you can argue with me, and I'm short just a few seconds, it's my almost last slide, and it should become a standard. I totally believe this. And finally, I checked last 6 sites that were on 0.40 hashtag. None of them had HTTPS. I mean, the governments are really getting smarter and more efficient, and we're still not using HTTPS. Let's do something. Thank you very much.
And now I would like to invite on stage Artur, who is a regional analyst and journalist and blogger. So Artur, could you share some of your personal stories to give a personal example to illustrate what's happening?
Hi everyone, thank you for staying awake after lunch, although it's late after lunch, but still. So before I really start talking about Azerbaijan, I'm going to read to you some of the very lovely quotes from my trolls that got me into a lot of trouble, but not only. Dig yourself space for your grave next to that dog, Hrant. Bloodless slut. You're going to die. Your days are limited. Enjoy them while you can, you Armenian dog. I cannot wait for the day until you lay next to that Hrant. You're still alive, traitor? I wish you were in that helicopter we shot down. One more Armenian down. You deface our society. If it's true, hang by the legs. I hope it's not true, but if it is, you're a disgrace to Azerbaijani people and to our nation. I left the ones that were very vulgar because I don't think you're very much interested in the many ways my trolls were interested in raping me and calling me a whore and defaming my family. But there's one more I would like to read out to you. And this is after Khadija Ismail she posted something on Facebook defending me. And this was in response to her Facebook post. Khadija, I think Leila Yunus deserves prison for her treason. She and other marginal groups shall stop talking on behalf of Azerbaijanis or try to sell Azerbaijanis their garbage projects. I come from Azerbaijan. President Ilham Aliyev is the son of the previous president, Heydar Aliyev. It's an authoritarian state. We have more political prisoners than Russia and Belarus combined. If Belarus was considered last dictatorship in sort of this part of the world, I think Azerbaijan is gaining much more, it's getting ahead of Belarus for sure. And the reason why I've been subject to such online trolling experience is because of my work as a journalist, as I cover most of the human rights and democracy violations in Azerbaijan. But as it is in many of the other cases that are used against political prisoners and journalists and bloggers in Azerbaijan, because they can't really directly use your work that you do on the democracy scale, they come up with other excuses. In my case, it was the whole Armenian propaganda thing. Now, outside of my work as a journalist, I do conflict transformation work, and I co-direct a small not-for-profit that does dialogue retreats with Armenia and Azerbaijan, bringing the societies together. Something that our government should actually be doing, but it's not, because it's busy selling this kind of propaganda and brainwashing people at home. So the nonprofits like ours is trying to build some bridges that the government every time basically breaks down. And so this whole thing of this Armenian propaganda was used against me. And at that time, I was writing occasionally for an Armenian paper called Agos, an Armenian-Turkish paper called Agos. And the reference that they make in their tweets to Hrant Dink, it's a reference to the editor-in-chief of the newspaper who was killed in 2007 in front of the office. And there was a big outcry, and a lot of Turks took the streets and they marched with the slogan, "We all are Hrant Dink, we all are Armenian." Now, fast forward to now, or 2014, right before the year ended, I was doing my fellowship in Prague, and a friend of mine who was in the town, he said, listen, there's something I want you to see, but promise me you're not going to get upset. And this was way after all of these tweets and all of these Facebook messages and the threats started coming in. So I was more or less, already psychologically ruined, or I guess depressed in a way. So I was like, yeah, whatever, I guess I won't get sad. So he sent me 2 links to a TV show about me being a traitor, of course, being an Armenian agent, of course, being an agent of the West, of course. That were aired with a bit of a time difference in between. And they were both aired on Sunday afternoon, which is like the prime time when people watch TV. And the guy basically openly called on some crazy person to kill me in Istanbul, because he said at the end of one of the TV segments that, now imagine if Arzu gets killed by someone in Istanbul, what that will have, what kind of damage that is going to have on the relationship between Turkey and Azerbaijan. And now imagine if that happens, the Turks will go on the streets and they will hold signs saying, "We all are Arzu, we all are Azerbaijanis." And all of this is obviously very visual, they're putting up my pictures that they've taken from Facebook, they were putting out videos of various conferences that I've spoken at. So it was quite interesting to see this so-called journalist, TV host, talk about my work that I've been doing for the past years, and sort of portray me as this terrible person. Given the fact that this very same journalists have been in touch with my late father, who was a political advisor in Turkey, and when he was defaming me, he was also defaming my father, as in equally bad terms as he was defaming me. So that was I think that was like the last thing I read online about myself. And I think it was my boss at the time, at the place where I was doing a fellowship, who said, listen, you need to get hold of this, you need to stop reading all of this, and you really need to continue doing what you do because you're doing really important work. I followed his advice and I stopped reading what was written online, except when a couple weeks ago, I was in Riga and I was attending the World Press Freedom Day, where I was talking about Khadija Ismail, who is currently in jail, the very same person who defended me on Facebook, who was arrested in December, as well as many other journalists and bloggers and political prisoners in Azerbaijan. And after my presentation, the first two hands that I saw in the audience were the two hands of two government representatives from Azerbaijan. One of them is the editor-in-chief of a mouthpiece of the ruling party, and the other one is a journalist who once upon a time was actually an opposition journalist. I mean, there are videos of him on internet, on YouTube, where he's calling the government dogs, and he's accusing them of everything that they've been doing against journalists in Azerbaijan. But of course, this was not what he was saying at the conference, and so he, not only he questioned my knowledge, he also questioned my age, he questioned my professionalism, he questioned my ethics, and the journalist next to him questioned once again my sincerity and my honesty by bringing up this whole argument about me working for an Armenian paper and once again representing Armenian interests. And this is the situation, the theatrical situation of press freedom and in general rights in Azerbaijan. Those who speak out in Azerbaijan online and offline they get arrested, they get intimidated. We have close to, together with the bloggers and online activists, around 14 people who represent their journalism background in jail. We also have very prominent human rights defenders and rights activists currently in jail. And it is a really strange thing to see how the internet has come into all of this and how much oppression has intensified in Azerbaijan, because once upon a time when they were arresting people and throwing them into jail, it was mostly for hooliganism and drug abuse. And I mean, if you look at the list of political prisoners and their charges, it's hilarious because all of them are drug addicts, they're hooligans, they're tax evaders. Whereas now, especially in the last year, since I would say January 2014, these criminal charges brought against these individuals have grown in not only the length of time that these people are getting in jail, but also in severity. The punishments have gotten worse. So in case of Khadija, for instance, she's accused of tax evasion, abuse of power, illegal entrepreneurship, all of which, I mean, if she's found guilty, she's facing up to 12 years in jail. Just in April, a couple of weeks ago, they sentenced one very prominent human rights defender who's taken over 200 cases into the European Court of Human Rights to 7.5 years. His name is Intigam Aliyev. And they've sentenced Rasul Jafarov, who's a very prominent rights activist, to 6.5 years. And all of these people who have been already sentenced, they're mostly facing the same charges that I just mentioned to you, like tax evasion, embezzlement, abuse of power, which is also really funny because if you know, or if you're familiar at least a little bit with the Azerbaijani government, these are pretty much the crimes that they commit every day, and yet they're the ones who are free, and the good people who are actually defending and trying to make Azerbaijan a better place are currently in jail. So it's been quite an interesting journey for me personally because I'm here because of the blog that I started in 2008, writing about these issues. And yet, it's also very interesting to see how the crackdown has grown, sort of this government has turned Azerbaijan. And then the Q&A, hopefully.
you very much, Archie, for this personal testimony. So we could hear in the presentation of Alex the worrying statistics, how much propaganda is taking over the media. Then we have heard from Arshu, her personal testimony, how those who try to write about the problems, who try to write truth, are being oppressed. So I wonder now, what can we do about that? And I guess Jeremy is a good person to give some insights, because for several years he is supporting investigative journalists. So Jeremy, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Let me just get this up. Okay, I feel a little bit awkward being up here following such depressing news, because it seems as if there was an attempt to get the American up here to offer something more optimistic and a little bit forward-thinking. So what I'm going to present today is our, I wouldn't say solution, but a proposal we have for improving the situation, some of what we just heard about now. This is a project which is called Press Start, and I'm going to be talking it through with you. But first, a little bit more depressing data. I think we've been talking about Macedonia, we just heard about Russia and Azerbaijan. Just to make clear to the audience here that this is not obviously Eastern Europe, but this is really a global problem, and how much worse it's been getting over the last 10 years. These are some charts that are taken from Freedom House. As you can see here, there's been a sharp decline over the last 10 years. We all probably hear incidents here and there, but maybe don't understand the global picture. The net result of that, as you can see here again, is that there are 6 billion people around the world living in countries without free media, partly free and not free. You can see the country breakdown on the right side. So this is definitely something which, even if we don't see it every day, has been happening behind the scenes. I think also we probably know at the beheadings and awful things like that, it's been very, very dangerous time. But again, putting it in some context, the community to protect journalists that monitors all of this proclaimed this the most deadly and dangerous period for journalists in recent history. So again, really, really depressing times. What we're trying to do with this platform, though, I'll introduce in a moment, is to support the journalists that are out there, that even in these closed media environments are trying to do their job. As you can see here, investigating topics that keep business and governments accountable. So I think all of you know examples in your own countries. Pretty much no matter how bad the situation is, there are usually at least a handful of people out there. There are usually a couple independent publications that are struggling to get by. They're often dependent very much on donors, but they are scraping by one way or another. So, Press Start is what we're calling our crowdfunding platform, and we are targeting specifically journalists from places where the press cannot report freely. So that means countries in transition, however you want to call them, in the developing world. And our idea is that there are a lot of people interested around the world in these issues, but they don't really know who the journalists are, who need their help. The journalists themselves, often in these countries, don't speak English, don't know about crowdfunding, Kickstarter, any of that. So we're going to provide a place where we can identify the kind of best and bravest and present them to international audience, kind of connecting these two communities. So what is new about this project? You've probably heard there are a number of initiatives out there to use crowdfunding to fund journalism. Some real successes recently, you might have heard of a site called Direct36, which is an investigative center in Hungary, which successfully raised over 20,000 euros a couple months ago to start a new center. So what are we doing different? The main difference, I would say, is the target. We're only going to deal with these countries and only with these journalists that have little access to international communities. Also, most of what's been out there has been to support one investigation, one story, one photo. What we're going to do is raise money for journalists to do different packages of content according to a menu they can choose from.
So the idea here is that this is not just one-off funding, it's something that can keep the journalists on the job. And as the cycle of funding is running out, we'll be posting the successes and starting to fundraise again. So the idea is this can really be an income stream to keep these people on the job and not doing side jobs like PR or media spokesman for political parties. Also, we're going to have a very strong partnership network. The idea here is to use what's become known as collective impact. It's quite a cliche term, I guess, by now. But the idea is really that this is not going to work if just my organization does it. But we really need organizations on the ground to help identify the journalists that need the help most, especially as we go out of Eastern Europe, which is the region where we've worked the most. We're going to also be working in Africa, Asia, and other places. So we really depend on partners. You see up there we have a revenue sharing model. I think probably all of you have been invited for partnerships over the years where everyone says, just sign here, it's not a lot of work. We need a couple partners from this country, this region, but unfortunately there's not enough in the budget to cover your time. So we were trying to head that off at the start and come up with a revenue sharing model. So as you'll see a little bit later on, we do have a business model for this, and the idea is to share the revenue coming in, a percentage of depending on their roles. So I said again, collective impact. These are some of the organizations that have signed on so far. There's some you can see here from the Western Balkans. We're proud to have the Center for Investigative Journalism here in Bosnia, Scoop in Macedonia, also the Center for Independent Journalism in Serbia, and Pištalka, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, also in Serbia, and then other partners throughout the region. So again, these are the partners going to help us identify the journalists that feature on the platform. So the partners, this is how it will work. Partners will screen the journalists. We're going to be putting together individual profiles for every journalist, really trying to personalize it. That's what we're betting for with this platform. People who keep asking me, is this going to work? I keep telling them we won't know until we start. But what we're really betting on is that people halfway across the world will have some kind of solidarity or empathy with the journalists that we're going to be promoting on the platform. We're going to be telling their stories, why they become journalists, why they stay despite the obstacles, really personalize it. Also, so this won't feel like charity. The idea is really that it will result in published articles that help change societies. So the journalists will be profiled, but it's going to be that kind of relationship, much more of a personal one. Again, crowdfunding to help support the articles, and then the articles will be published in the journalist media, and then selections on the platform so people can see what the content is all about. Most of the content, we're estimating 70–80% will be in local languages. The point here is really to go for local impact. Of course, we're going to be publishing stuff in English. Of course, it's going to be important awareness about the topics the journalists are writing on. But the point here is really to fund stories that would otherwise not happen and just help change local societies. So, as I said before, we're going to be taking in revenue. We've been able to get this off the ground with the generous support of NED, National Endowment for Democracy, but we don't want to be dependent on NED or other donors wherever. The idea here is that this is going to be a social business and a sustainable venture, hopefully within 3 years. We have a business plan, and the idea is that a percentage of each donation, the classic crowdfunding model, will help support what we're trying to do. We'll also be syndicating the articles, meaning selling them to others, and then some advertising on the publishing side of the platform. The graph is a little hard to understand, but the idea, the yellow is grants. So you can see that's the expected income over the next 5 years. That is declining as the green, the voluntary contributions, the percent of donations go up. So again, if our projections are correct, 3 years it would take for this to become sustainable. So the next steps, we're launching our own Kickstarter campaign. As I said, we have funding to get this off the ground later this year, but it's not enough to keep us going until donations start to really cover the operating costs. So we're now working on the video, lining up the initial journalists. We're going to have probably 6 to 8 journalists to start off with, 4 from Eastern Europe. It looks like Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, and Macedonia, also Southeastern Europe, and then 2 from Africa, Congo, and another country, and then Lebanon, and probably Afghanistan or Pakistan as the first group. We're presenting at this big media forum, which is in Bonn in late June, and then hope for the beta launch in July with, as I say, there are 6 to 8 journalists. So that's basically it so far. You probably have a lot of questions. People always do about how this is really practice. But I would invite everyone to go to our splash page, which is up here. You can sign up for news. We promise we won't spam you, just to keep you updated about when we're actually going to launch and different news about the project. So I'm ending a little early, but maybe one other thing I can say is this is not only a response to the global situation with freedom of the press, but our own situation. I don't know if many of you know what we do, but this is an initiative of Transitions, which is my organization, which has been running a website about Central and Eastern Europe for the last 15 years and doing journalism training work. And we've had thousands of journalists go through our programs over the years, but more and more it's just been really frustrating that a lot of the journalists that we train cannot actually put what we train them to do into effect, simply because of financial problems of their publications, or if they're freelancers, just not having enough money on the local market. The local freelance markets are not often well developed, and there's obviously just not enough money to support independent journalism. So we've been thinking of ways like how can we actually get the journalists we work with and then others money to do the stories which we know they could do if they just had some financial support. So that's really also kind of personally and organizationally where the impetus for this project is coming from. So I look forward to questions. There are always a couple new ones we haven't thought about. So I guess I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. So let's gather together here. Alex, you haven't shown a few slides, maybe? Okay, is there already a question to our panelists? Yes, somebody had put the microphone there. To Michał, I guess.
A question to Alex. First of all, thank you all for very interesting presentations. Question to Alex. Is there a way to overcome propaganda without having the loudest tube, so to say?
Q? What do you mean?
Like maybe a wrong word. Is there a way to overcome propaganda without being the loudest voice in the discussion? I think that we all kind of come off with a very pessimistic outlook on the future based on what we've heard, and I just want to ask if there's any optimism in you, and if you can say something maybe about a positive prospect for the future, given that the state is stronger, has a louder voice.
Well, thank you for the question, and I believe that you don't need to have the loudest voice as soon as you have channels of communication. And this was basically what the second question, the second point that I was making. I mean, because because obviously populist voices, the voices that do not require, that actually exploit our basic motivations and some medieval stereotypes are easiest to transfer via massive channels of communication. And in order to create informed opinion and to transfer more complex knowledge, not so evident knowledge, new knowledge, we need channels. And this is the only way we if we're not loud, so at least we have enough paths to communicate stuff. But of course, right now in the economy of attention deficit, where we can measure everything by the seconds of time spent on content, we believe, nevertheless, even if we build enough channels to communicate our opinion, we still need to be kind of efficient in producing these opinions, in engaging the audience and outreaching to it.
If I may, would you oppose or would you agree to using kind of manipulation tactics on your part in good name? Would you go to this side?
Please define the manipulation tactics.
Okay.
Seems to be a trap.
You can imagine doing positive trolling. You can imagine.
No, I don't think positive trolling basically exists.
Okay.
I guess trolling destroys the nature of trust.
Okay. Thank you.
I also have a question looking for something positive, and I have a question to Arju. I wonder if you could say what kind of support we could give to people like you, because we observe all these negative trends, but there are plenty of trolls, they are paid by governments. Yesterday during the Macedonian panel, there were also some statistics, like how much money the government in Macedonia is investing in having propaganda in main media. And then the voices of people who say the truth are being lost, and also like statistically they are being lost because there are so many paid trolls and they are taking over the internet forums. So I wonder how to support people like you, Arju.
If I knew the answer to that question. In terms of support, I think in my experience, it was really important to have this, like, people were tweeting at me and telling me that if I'm facing so much criticism and if there's so much slander, it means that I'm doing something right and what I'm writing is true and that I'm actually making a difference. And I think, I mean, perhaps as cheesy as it may sound, I think it really did help in a way, just to sort of have this, online support group. But in the long term, it really did make me think about the repercussions, because I'm just lucky I, have a large community of friends who were there for me and sort of, got me through this. But, there is no post-trolling stress disorder recovery institution that you can go to, I guess, where you can actually deal with this. So keeping up with the support network in general and raising these kind of issues on your country level. I feel like, in the past year, anything that we've been writing about Azerbaijan, it's been really important because the government is paying attention to what's written about Azerbaijan abroad. So having these stories exposed, I think it's quite crucial. And it's not just like in my case, but really in general, sort of keep this visible on an international level really would help.
Can I just give one positive example of positive trolling? Yeah, just very quickly. In the Czech Republic, the neo-Nazis organized their demonstrations against the Roma through Facebook. So a group of activists went on Facebook and tried to disrupt this happening. So they would post stuff on Facebook, the neo-Nazis saying, we're going to meet at 6 o'clock at the train station, and the trolls, the good guy trolls, would go on and say, wait, was it 5 o'clock at the main square? And then other people would say, no, it was 8 over, it was at the main mall. And then it just got so confused that they stopped being able to use Facebook to organize these kinds of demonstrations. So I think that's maybe one positive example.
Okay, I see there are other questions we
But
have.
yeah, I have the mic, so I actually have the mic.
Okay. Priority goes to the mic.
Thing or not, and how we can how can we use them to improve the situation?
Important question. I get asked quite often. I think it's a really good way to shed light on what's happening in the country and continue pressuring the government, because it puts things in a really good perspective. I mean, on one hand, you have this multi-billion, I mean, the government has spent $8 billion on this upcoming European Games. And on the other hand, you have a quite terrible economic situation across the country, even though the government doesn't really accept this. So using the sporting events to pull out these social issues at stake, to show how different it really is in reality is really important. And I think with this European Games campaign, I think it's been quite successful so far, because there have been a serious number of advocacy events in Europe, and I think if it wasn't for these events, our government wouldn't be coming out, our government officials wouldn't be coming out with statements and saying like, oh, we're boycotting Riga summit because of too much international criticism, or the European Parliament is being too harsh, or Europe is applying double standards when it comes to Azerbaijan. So obviously it's making a difference. Now, whether it's going to make a difference after the European Games are over, that's another question. I mean, right now there's a lot of momentum and it's helping, but once the games end and everyone leaves and all the journalists go back, there is a projection that things are going to get a lot worse. So it's important to also keep writing about these things and keep writing about Azerbaijan, and not wait for events like European Games, for instance, or some other sporting events, because we're also going to host Formula One soon, and then we're going to have first Islamic Games, and just the amount of things that the government announces every time when they sign some kind of agreement with another country is just ridiculous. So just instead of waiting for sporting events or other big international events, I think it's really important to continue really researching and really keeping it on the agenda.
Question
Yeah.
here?
Or
We hope, yeah.
But I have the mic because of the question, not because. Can I make the question or do you want?
You
Okay.
make the question and then we pass it back here, and then what the answer to you?
All right. I have two questions. The first one is for Arzu. Do you fear that, or you might know, but no, it's better. Like, do you have a strategy, or have you ever think that you need better, not a better strategy? Do you need a more looked-at-time strategy in order how to gain the momentum, to capitalize the momentum? Because what I've seen from around, but also from our experience in Albania, the problem is that people really like at some point when you do and mock the government and you go after the government. It's a risky business. At first it's risky, then there's this phase of about people start to realize it's a good thing. But then there's the third phase where people start getting tired. They cannot follow in their everyday life. They feel powerless to react. The government at some point, with the whole structure, with the whole media, with the whole institution, everything, they're there for a long term, that's for sure. And they have money, they have equipment and everything. So, have you ever thought about how to move from stage 1 to stage 2, or from 2 to 3, wherever you are now in this moment? And the second question was for Alexei. Is there any downsides into using a secure network? And apart from like in terms of cost or in terms of, I don't know, structure or mechanisms. And do you also suggest have VPN as a method to stay safe, or that has some other implication which you wouldn't suggest as a first thing? Thank you.
Let's take the first question and then answer.
Because I have more some question than question. I will. Yeah, I will wait.
Okay, I will start with the end. Yes, totally, I do recommend using VPN wherever possible, OpenVPN for Android devices. There are a few like for iOS devices as well, and especially for your cell phones. This is like really the weakest point. I'm not sure what you mean by secure network, but whatever is secure, whatever has encryption, yes, please use it. It will help you.
Speaking about stages, I'm going to give you an example that I wanted to actually mention when I was presenting, but I completely ran out of time. Just a couple of days ago, a building was on fire in the capital, in Baku. And the reason why it was on fire was because of the poor quality external facing that was done to beautify the city. According to the Ministry of Emergency Situations, we have over 250 buildings that have been covered with this really poor quality facing. And this was the moment, this is not the first building that was on fire. There was one that was on fire in April, but strangely there wasn't so much outcry. And the reason why there wasn't so much outcry, actually it's not strangely, it's because this time there were casualties. So 16 people died, officially. Unofficially, the number's close to 100, if not more. And among those who died, there were little kids. The youngest was 1.5 years old. And so it was really incredible to see how this social tragedy united people online. For the first time in many years, especially since I would say 2013 when the last Facebook protests were organized, I saw so much activity on Facebook calling for action. So the stage one was to really, for people to actually understand that this is their country, this is their people, and this is how government is really, playing it. They don't really give, excuse me for my language, shit, and how people live in Azerbaijan, and they only care about corruption and how much money they make, because they make quite a lot of money on that facing. So there were so many messages, calling on the government officials to do this and that, and how the media wasn't responding and how media wasn't covering it. And it was incredible to see that the next day, pretty much like every single policy suggestion that was discussed on Facebook was turned into reality. On presidential orders, all of a sudden there was a committee that was formed. I mean, okay, the people who are in the committee are useless people because it's the same corrupted ministers and government officials, but at least, they were brought to this one group where actually they had this press conference with the president, and the president was asking the same questions that we were asking on Facebook. For example, we said, who was that company that sold that facing in the first place? So they went and arrested the guy who headed the company. But that wasn't enough, because this is just a company, he's just a scapegoat. There was a paper that said that the company was granted permission from the lab that said that the material that was used in that facing was anti-inflammable. So we asked the question about the lab. The president asked the same question at the press conference. He said, who were those labs? Where are they? Where are those tests? How many more companies there are like this? And the president, the mayor of Baku, saying, where were you? How can you not keep track of this? And so this is, in the history of social activism in Azerbaijan, in the recent history of social activism, this is the second time when people united around one social issue. The previous one was when the the story was about the murder of conscripts in the army, and that also triggered a lot of social and sort of activism on Facebook, which turned into a large protest when a body of a young soldier was returned home with a medical paper saying that he died of a heart attack, but in fact he was beaten up and he had internal bleeding. And so when the family went forward with this and they published pictures of his body completely covered in bruises, there was mass, this incredible mass criticism online, which poured into a protest on the street. So I think in case of Azerbaijan, because of this entrenched sense of fear in the community, it is really the social issues that turn action into stages that actually can lead to something. Or at least this is what we're seeing now. But then you also have to take into account that this is the country where, you know, protests have not been popular because of the crackdown and because of the arrest and because how the government reacts to protests. So I think this was like the positive story in my perspective that could lead up to things, but I think it's also important that people don't quiet down in weeks' time when things are settled down. I don't know if I managed to answer your question, but yeah.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry, Michał, because we just ran out of time. So I can only wrap up the session with 3 points. So first of all, I would like to remind you the request from Alex, and let's try to get safer on the internet, because it's not a safe place anymore. So you can find the crypto party on the program of points, so I recommend you that one. Alicia, when is it exactly? I thought I saw it on the program already. But there are a lot of people here around that can advise you how to proceed. And I guess Alex is one of them. Secondly, I would like to refer to Archu and to encourage all of us to show more solidarity with those who do a good job. We usually react to tragic situations. I hardly ever bother to give positive comments because I take it for granted that people do a good job, and why should I spend time commenting this job if I have my own work to do? But I believe it's very important that we show solidarity with those who do a good job, and we take time for this. And also solidarity with political prisoners. I know that currently in Azerbaijan there are over 80 people imprisoned. A lot of them are youth activists and human rights activists. 14 of them are journalists or bloggers. So I believe that if we take time to write the petitions and to write comments on Facebook, that it's important, and the more we do it, the less the government has freedom to oppress them. And third of all, we also need to support those people, and especially investigative journalists, financially. So I am crossing my fingers for Jeremy's project, and I promise myself to not only cross fingers but also to give some material contribution. And I hope all of us will find occasions to give also material support to those who take on their shoulders more fight than we do. Thank you very much for your attention.
Please welcome Florica Kovacevic.
Conversation about what he's going to present. His name is Smith. He's last year, why they do that and what they do, and then after he'll be here to ask questions. So I'm
specifically carry ballot boxes to and from, and those ballot boxes then go into a warehouse. They're stored, they're counted, and then they're turned into spreadsheets like this. This is actually, these are the official results released in 2009 in a 2,000-page PDF. Great, huh? What we can do is then turn that PDF into a visualization like this. It shows exactly what we're looking for in terms of was there fraud happening in the elections. This is 2009. We began to pull out, there were districts across the country that had fraudulent activity. And that's defined as nearly all the votes, 90% or more, go to one candidate. Now, so we can dive into a district a little bit more, get a sense of what are all the different polling stations within that district, and then, but also look at like the total estimated voters, which is actually a bit larger than the estimated population in that district. That kind of says something, right? All right, let's fast forward to 2014, where we still have donkeys. They're carrying a lot of data. They are the infrastructure of an election in some parts of the country, and we still have a bit of fraud activity happening. But I think they're getting a little bit more savvy, a little bit, it's not just voting for one candidate and stuffing the ballot box. It's maybe spreading 50 here, 50 there, maybe 450, not all 600 votes go to one candidate. And so we can start pulling out some districts and get a sense of, okay, there's a little bit different happening. Let's dive into this a little bit further. And what we can do is, let's look at the last two digits of every district or every polling station and analyze what are those digits. So did every district get 600 votes, so 0, 0, or did everyone get 450 or 150? And so you can see there was a little bit of a pattern happening. Over on the left, 0, 0, in the middle, 50, and so these are not random numbers. So why don't we dive a little bit further, like who's voting, what's the turnout? And as we saw in 2009, 2014, there's still some districts that had more than 100% of voter turnout, which is, quite a lot. We can start and all the locations of all polling centers. And then a week before they closed over we use some look at catchment areas for each individual polling center in ones. What's the impact? Or are they going to registration center? So do people a ecosystem understanding like what is the infrastructure, what can grow from that infrastructure. I think there's things that are it's ecosystem planning. About registration centers across the country. And they do better at planning in an area of the country where there's high population. Citizen applications. We talked about polling centers. It's great. And needed and a group of the lookup application called Vote AF, which is a smartphone up where their closest polling center. And that does matter when 800 polling centers are closed the week before an election. The third thing is analysis, visualization, and being able to, take that polling center data and overlay it on top of like population. This is a population raster. Create a map, zoom in, get a sense of, all right, is there equitable distribution? Can we do something that's not map-based and look at an election fingerprint? So the axis here is voter turnout, and the y-axis here is percent to one candidate. And so we can see that there's a bit of correlation up in the right-hand corner that high voter turnout also correlates with voting for one candidate. We can also do visualizations in terms of looking at, displaying results and sharing, making the results accessible, consumable, and showing, in the case of Afghanistan where there was 2 rounds, showing a change between the 2 rounds and being able to pull out details like that. There's also a project called the Afghanistan Open Data Project, which is building on this visualization and created data infrastructure by just making examples of what you can do. So we can look at gender equity and look at are there female polling stations available? What's and then we can also look at officials by that are logged from the election commission patterns, where are problem districts. And so, I think there's 2 key points I want to talk about in terms of data infrastructure and how do you build the data infrastructure? What are the things you need to focus on? One is open access, so open data. And that this has been a theme and it's been talked about over the last 2 days. But we use GitHub quite a bit, but using platforms for collaboration, make it easy for people to post their data, post an analysis to make sure that it's not just a black box of what happened, but you're posting how you did something and you're able to share it. GitHub is a great platform for that. You can also post geographic data on there and share the location. These are the voter registrations. Smart implementation. Using good tech, using thinking about building smart APIs and technology that is the foundation of building applications and building machine-to-machine collaboration, for lack of a better word. So I'll leave it. I'm going to stop there a little bit early, and so I'd love to talk more about what data as infrastructure is, the challenges, the complexities of everything. So I look forward to your questions.
Okay, just sit and join me. Because you left me some space, and I am having the mic right now. So first, I will start with something that I'm interested in. So you gave us Afghanistan example, but
Around their election.
Impact of this work, or did you measure that?
So some of the Afghanistan work, there's two users. One is working with the National Democratic Institute and releasing and opening up elections data as not only for citizens within Afghanistan, but then so, look up at where like, fight in terms of Facebook, which is
Okay, questions? Who's got the mic? There should
No, I have the my question is on a technical side. How much far in advance do you get?
to connect with the partners must be through that. That's how mainly we connect with them. Tons of data as
also training the local groups and maybe knowledge to influence your assistance.
great part that we're working on. We do have a component of training, making sure there is a building of local capacity, and so that's in a number of forms, whether it's providing good documentation of any applications that we're building, or getting out in the field and doing some training with partners, and that varies from some intro to working with scrapers or PDFs to writing some code as well in terms of running a website. Yeah, so that varies depending on what it is.
You mentioned that the census data are interesting to work with. So can you share with us, did you do something in some country with, because we in this region we all had, Bosnia had I think census last year, and Montenegro and Macedonia is about to have it, so it can be an issue that people would like to hear.
Yeah, like so. This is the complexity of doing analysis on potentially, erroneous data or old data, or so in Afghanistan, the complexity is that the census, does not have access to all regions of the country, and so some of the accuracy of that data may be a little bit in question. And that's in the case of a lot of other countries as well. When you're using in any type of analysis, you want to use good quality data, and that can be a challenge in a working country.
And you give up, or there is way to go around the challenge like that, to fix the imperfections, to produce something out of something problematic?
So I think it starts with being open about it and making that data available. So you have access to that data, right? And so you understand the limits of it, and then starting with being open, then you improve upon it, and so starting to address the challenges, and that's hard. That's a hard thing in terms of the census, but not releasing census data or making it available is not solve that problem. Right.
Anyone else, please? Questions, comments, no?
Where the donkeys alone? Oh, I'm sure they are not alone.
But they know the rules.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay then, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you.
In the Polish, Hungarian and Czech parliaments, there are altogether 1,040 representatives. 1040 is a police code for crime in progress.
Okay, next up we talk about transparency in Central Europe, and this is kind of awkward. I have to welcome myself on this. So I'm David Brown, and I will be moderating this session. So I would ask kindly my panelists to come up on stage. Shanda, Krzysztof, and Michal, please. Let us sit down and have a nice conversation. Okay, so we have around half an hour for your presentation, so let's start. Let's start like this. So Michal, could you please first present yours?
Okay. Hello, my name is Michal Škop. I'm from Kohovlit NGO. It's IT-based NGO from the Czech Republic. And I prepared two short stories about two applications we did. And I prepared it in a bit interactive, offline, with an unplugged version, real life. So please, it's kind of experiment for me. So I really need your cooperation and your help in this. Also, I prepared for 15 minutes, so I have to hurry now. So first application is about open budget. It's a closed-end story. And the second one is one bestseller on political education and something we do before elections. So several years ago, we have built a website on open budget, and you can see one visualization we used for it. And we have seen at least two great examples of such open budget. Yesterday, it's from Israel and from Romania. And Elena from Romania was saying yesterday that it's really really difficult to engage people with budgeting. And I totally disagree with the notion, because I think that money is something that everybody understands and is interested in. Like, okay, I'll ask you, please raise your hand. Who knows how much you are paying for your rent? Okay, I know how much I am paying for my rent. Not many, really. Come on. Okay. How much? Who knows how much you are paying for municipal police in your town? Okay, nobody. One. It's strange, because it's anyway you can't do much about it, but still you can do something about it. And this is something, because well, I do understand money. Even I do understand money. You know, like this is 5 euros. It's five years for me. You know, it's easy to understand. Well, similar example. This is like 20 euro. Well, 20 euro is like a whole dinner with my family in a restaurant. And in a similar way, like this is 150 euros, and this is what I pay on whole taxes in 1 week. You know, you see, it's easy to understand. And even I can see where the money goes, because this goes to the pension, you know, for the retirees, for my mom and dad. Well, this goes to the police and to health service, and also for municipalities. And the last 15 goes everywhere else, you know, from army to parliament, for example. And you can use this concept to show people like almost anything. You know, for example, there is always one evergreen topic in the Czech Republic before elections, but also talking about in a pubs that, you know, those people who are abusing social benefits, they are really taking money from us, and this is why we don't have money for anything. So how much is it like people are abusing? Of course, this notion is quite racist in the Czech Republic, because like people always think, oh, this is the gypsies who are taking our money, and then we don't have the money. So even if the concept of abusing social benefits is strange and difficult, there are some estimates how much it is. And actually, it's like something like this. You know, you can see it's 10 euro cents per week I pay for abusing social benefits. You know, compare it with 150 I pay in taxes. It's really like nothing, you know. And this is what we should talk about before election. No, I think we don't. No, we can just throw it away. So it doesn't make sense, and we just have to find a way how to show people how to get these numbers to the public discussion. The funny thing is that our website now looks like this. It's out of order, and it will stay out of order because we closed it forever, because we couldn't manage to do what I showed now. That, well, we couldn't show money, or we didn't show money. We just show some bubbles, and it's not enough. But anyway, it was our first iteration, and that's quite fine. So I think, no, money is easy to show. And the first short story. Now the second short story, we have an application which we launch always before the elections. It's a pre-election test, and you answer 30 questions, and we will show you the match with the candidates or with the candidating parties. We already did it. We started in the Czech Republic and in Slovakia, and with our friends like Shandor here, we spread to Hungary and Bosnia last year, and even to some more countries with some small applications for it. And this is quite successful story for us because, like in the Czech Republic, about 20% of voters are taking this test before the elections. And we know that even like a couple of percent of voters really depends on the test. They cast the vote based on the results of the test. So if you imagine, we have several MPs in the parliament which are there because of our test, which is quite okay. And I would like now, for you to better understand it, I would like for you to try it. Now offline, not 30 questions, just several. And I need you to prepare your recording device, which fortunately you will have, all of you, by hand, which is actually your hand. Okay, so please prepare your hand, doesn't matter if right or left. And you will use it for counting how many times you will say yes to the questions. The questions are from our last version from the Czech Republic. It's a bit international version now. I prepared it, but you will learn something about the Czech Republic as well. So, warm-up question: are you a man? Okay, if you are a man, just count one. Well, it's a bit cultural thing, because if you are from the US, you may count it like this. I think. I'm from the Czech Republic. I count it like this. Okay, so have your counting device ready and one. Second question: are you a woman? Okay, I really wonder how many people now have different number than one. Come on, you're not counting. You will lose track in a while. Okay, these were warm-up questions. Then now the real questions. Should students have discount on public transport? If you say yes, you have two, maybe two. If you say no, actually it means that, well, public money should be spent on subsidizing public transport for students. Okay, next question. Should slot machines be banned in pubs? Because the Czech Republic is kind of Las Vegas of Europe, and like in every pub, in every town, you will find pubs where there are slot machines. So, should slot machines be banned in pubs? Just count one more or not. Budweiser Budvar should be privatized. It's the Czech Budweiser, you may know that, or may not, that there is Czech Budweiser and American Budweiser. They are fighting over the name. And the Czech Budweiser is from town Budweis, of course. The American is older. But anyway, it's the only brewery in the Czech Republic, big one, which is owned by the state. So it's really owned by the government. And so the question is, should this brewery be privatized? Because, okay, it's beer, but if it's privatized, of course, it goes to the American Budweiser and they will close it probably. But we can make some money. So if you say yes, count one more. And the last question: should the income tax be progressive? You have generally two way. Either flat tax that even you always pay 10% or 20% in Czech case, or you have a progressive tax, which means you pay if you are gaining a lot, you pay 30%. If your salary is low, you pay 10% of the income. So now you should have some number, like all of you should have some number. And now for the results. Actually, now the matching is coming. Because if you have 5, you are here. You see, you are like at a European level, more or less, you are either communist, your party is communist, Greens, or even the Pirate parties should answer 5 yes. If you answered 4, you are probably somewhere about the socialist parties. If you have 3, that you are somewhere about people's parties of Europe, like CDU in Germany. If you have just 2, then you are conservatives from Britain. We have also in the Czech Republic a party which is close to them. And if you have just 1, which is the question, are you a man or a female, you are just UKIP. And we have parties as well, like here. So this is really easy, and you could see that this was just economic questions. And if you do it online, then of course you get more results and more detail. But anyway, you can do it like this. You can show it on train to your fellow passengers and so on. So that's all for me. Thank you for your attention, and you will see this is the axis, the left and the right axis, and you can find yourself on it. Thank you.
Thank you. We hope this was almost on time, which is as much as we can hope for in any conference. So Krzysztof, please, if you can present.
Okay, I'll start it like that. Hi, I'm Chris from e-Państwo Foundation from Poland. I'm going to speak about what we're doing in Poland, what are the challenges and what is the current status of what we're doing. e-Państwo was founded in 2010, 5 years ago, with a mission to give citizens knowledge and tools to make their country better. And actually, it was founded having already a project, a really small project, which was called Say Moment. It was a parliamentary monitoring tool, which you may all know, like this kind of tools. So at that time, the government websites were really of bad quality, the data was not connected to each other. So we started doing that, started connecting data, presenting it in a better way. And actually, it really fast has expanded. Like we started gathering data sets from other parts of government bodies. And soon it was not really a parliamentary monitoring tool, it was something more. And then we rebranded it to Moje Państwo, which is like ecosystem of application built on top of tons of open data. We have really a lot, like 1,800 complex data sets. So I'm going to show you some visualizations later, but the question is like how we did it. Like it really expanded so much during these 4 years. And like the motto, I would say our motto is like we stop for nobody. We don't wait for a government official to disclose information in proper formats. We just take what it is, what is there in the internet. We scrape all the information, we parse PDFs, we break captchas. Then we just processing this all information to show it in a comprehensible way. So just to give you an idea what we're doing. Here you can find some like Twitter accounts. It's not really good quality. So what's again the key?
F11.
F11. Right. Yeah, almost. Okay. We scrape all those data data from HTML files. If there are some captchas, we have ways to break them, like through image processing or sound analysis even for captchas. Then if there has some PDFs, even if there are scans of documents, through image processing, we process all those data, and in the end you can find all the information on our website, you can select it, you can copy it, use it in your work, and still you can download the original document to check if nothing was changed on the way. Then we visualize all those data sets in our platform. Like here, if you can geolocate data, you can put it on the map. We're putting it on the map, like here for import and export of Poland. Then it has some statistics data. We show trends. You can also navigate to specific districts to see what the details inside those districts. Then we also monitor social media, so you can see the most retweeted tweets of NGOs, politicians, also the public commentators like journalists and bloggers. And you can see also the most popular hashtags right now in social media, in Polish social media. And what's interesting, we're storing all this data, archiving all this data. So right now we have elections, and our portal got into the media because we have this flag. If you see the Twitter feed, we have this flag, show deleted tweets. And there's really a lot of interesting content there. So there's really a lot of value in like scraping all those data. It's really a lot of value afterwards to have it, all this public information. And also, we're doing some nicer visualizations. I can scroll down. Here you can follow our Polish MP and see how much does he spend for his office, how much does he spend for the translations, for travel, and so on, so on. So it's really like, if you have budget data in Excel, like 10,000 pages, you can look it for like every MP, like the whole parliament. You can also see it for every specific MP in kind of narrative story. And then now I'm gonna make your eyes bleed. So this is JSON data. Like we're doing all those visualizations, all those presentation types of data, visualizations. But the thing is, we won't manage to cover all the cases. Like we don't have capacity. Probably you can come up with a lot of greater ideas to connect these data sets, to connect it with other data. So we're releasing all those data through open APIs so we can easily use it. But we're doing more. We like the data part. It's one thing. So you can see all the data. You can also observe. You can observe your ministry and see like what new public procurements they're starting, or any office actually. So it's gonna be notified of this. I'll also be trying to build tools for citizens to use. One of those tools is called Moje Pisma, My Letters, which is a tool that allows you to send different requests to public bodies and companies as well. So we have a set of templates. Here you can see, or you cannot see, a template for request for information. So you can choose from our database what's the receiver, and then send those to share. Also right now, like thinking of tools, there are NGO sector really big. We have a lot of NGOs. It's important for them to give skills for the NGOs. Now we're building a portal. We can create your profile, we can connect with social media. Actually, we're having like a lot of engaged users around our portal and direct them through projects to what the NGOs are doing. But doing one cannot do it everything on its own. So actually, hacking was like we stopped for nobody, but then we see like, is it sustainable? Like we should work with other people as well, with other government, like to make some long-lasting cooperation, which is like longer process, but then you have bigger effect. So actually we're trying two approaches to like to change the mindset of people to go open. First, like top down, so we're partnering in OGP. And actually I'm mentioning that because next Tuesday there's going to be a conference, Ministry of Administration Digitalization. There are some rumors that we are really close to, Polish government is close to joining the OGP, which I think is really good news. I'll believe it when I hear it, but let's hope for it. So we had some experience with cooperation with government bodies, both local and central, and we see some problems. Like first of all, officials are afraid to be judged externally when concerns publishing data. Like even if they didn't do anything wrong, still a lot of this data is, as probably know, is dirty, and if you publish it as it is, it can bring, well, at least questions and probably some accusations. So it's quite a problem, quite a barrier. And then they don't see long-term benefits of this approach. It's a lot of work. At the beginning, it's not like everyone gonna jump on your data and start using that. It's gonna make profit after some time. There are little resources to go open as well, no matter of IT skills. So actually what we propose is the Open Cities program. We introduced open data policy. We try to find political support among cities, because like it's easier to find support in the city rather than the central offices. So we had in Gdańsk we had a policy, open data policy signed by mayor, which is a really interesting case. Because right now, there's like open data team which has to coordinate everything. They have to educate other officials inside the city about the open data and what the advantages and how to do this. And also, what's interesting, there's one line saying that if city has any new contract with companies, with NGOs, and like during this contract, if there is going to be any data acquisition, this data has to go open. So right now, actually, one contract for some group of scientists, geologists, I think, was supposed to be prolonged, and those geologists, they said they don't want to have the data released as open, and they've been fired actually, and the city found the other teams. So I think it's an interesting case like this. Top-down approach actually works. So it's a long process because it took like 1 year just to educate. To teach and to clean the data, but then you have really big effect. So right now we have, like there are already some applications built on top of that, like I want a tree planted in my garden, please city do that. And the other approach is kind of like bottom up, and we're implementing that in Code for Poland. Which is a community devoted to solve social problems using technology. And part of that, there's some hackathons, even international hackathons. You can play Where's Dark on this photo. Okay, and we are supporting a lot of grassroots projects. Some are really, really simple, like show me when I can dispose batteries in my city. Some are like tracking bike tracks in the city, which actually it's a simple thing, but then can, for example, it can help the city plan new bike routes or bike infrastructure. In this case, which I'll talk a bit longer, it's actually we have those physical infrastructure showing you when your tram is going to arrive in how many minutes. But it's just like pilot projects on one line in our city. And a group of people developed a mobile application that will show you the time. It has a really complicated algorithm using all the data about the traffic jams and so on to give you accurate information when your tram is going to arrive. That's an interesting story because we've been pushing city for 1 year to get this data. Like then we got the data, and I think the development lasted for like 6 months. And having almost ready application to deploy, we approached the city saying, okay, can you now give us the documents stating this is public data, we're not gonna close it, we're gonna like keep it giving to you. And they didn't want to do that because of some procedure inside the city, and that was like killer for the project. Because the team didn't want to invest more energy into promotion, into developing that project, not knowing if they can be closed any minute now. So actually, right now, after 3 years, I think, 2 years after starting this project, thanks to TechSoup and some other organizations that opened that one in Warsaw, this project is allowed to continue. So what I wanted to say that, like from our experience in Państwo and also in Code for Poland project, is I think we should hack our way through. We shouldn't wait for the government bodies to disclose information. We should scrape it. We should crowdsource it if possible, like church celebration, illegal dumpings. It's perfectly can do it crowdsourcing. You don't need cooperation with the city at the beginning. Then you can build a prototype, you can see what's possible, you can build a really amazing application. Then you go to the city, they see, wow, that's incredible. We want to use it. And it's really different thought than when a bunch of programmers says, hi, we want to make this application, right? So and the city don't know if it's gonna happen or not. And they have a lot of other projects and businesses trying to going on. So I'm gonna end at this actually and give mic to Shandor. Thank you.
Thank you, Krzysztof. Shandor, please.
So, hi, I'm Shandor from K-Monitor from Hungary. K-Monitor is an anti-corruption NGO in Budapest, and we have 3 main pillars of activities. We do some IT tools, we work with data, this is one bigger issue. We do mostly anti-corruption advocacy, we work on issues as party finance, asset declarations, freedom of information, whistleblower protection, and we do research. Also, last year we participated in research on party finance by Global Integrity. We did a research together with these guys on parliamentary openness in Central Eastern Europe. And also we had the local country correspondents for the European Commission's anti-corruption report. And I will talk about some of the projects that we've done recently, so this year and last year. The first one is a mobile application to spot corruption cases in the country. You have to know that K-Monitor Signature project, or the oldest project, is actually a huge database of corruption cases from Hungary. These are from newspaper articles. So we thought it would be really nice to put them on a map, to show people that corruption is not something that you can't feel or see, but it is really affecting our everyday lives, and you can almost touch it. So what we did is we just went through all those articles and all those cases where we found that it has some geo-relevance and tagged them. So after that, if you open your app, you can see what kind of corruption cases or what kind of spots there were nearby. You can click on them, and then you can read the story and even subscribe if on a certain entity. So if you're interested in corruption cases connected to a ministry or a company, then you subscribe and you get a notification on your phone every time a news appears connected to this entity. Or you can also send us stories or articles if this is because in Hungary most of the cases are connected to Budapest or national issues. But we thought if something interesting appears in a local blog or in a remote city, if people send it us, then we can also put it on the map. So this is one thing. The other thing was an analysis on farm subsidies in Hungary we did. We know that the distribution of farm subsidies is very unequal. This graph shows you that almost 80% of farm subsidies goes to 10% of people working in agriculture, so big farmers, and the rest is divided between the smaller ones. What we did is we took the two biggest beneficiaries of farm subsidies. These are that these guys have at least such a big territory as the city of Budapest. The story was quite popular. It was covered in a lot of news portals. And it had a funny effect that once a journalist told us that he got a letter from the Prime Minister's office that they now are planning to put together a database on the, for 10 years back what amounts of farm subsidies these oligarchs got. And we found out that actually they were really using, so the ministry was using actually all our data to assess what companies belong to these oligarchs. So this shows actually the network graph that you see. This is what we draw. So we show them how big how much money each company belonging to these two guys received. And this is a cut out of the tables that the Prime Minister's office leaked actually, because it was not officially. And they completely followed the structure of our drawing, and we could really see it in every infographic that they really follow the structure that we did. This is a corruption personality test, which was coded by Mikhail, based on the voting advice application. Here the idea was to show people that, you know, we always talk about corrupt politicians, but quite often we found us in situations in everyday life which are also about corruption, or at least have a quite similar psychology. So we wanted to draw attention on this and make a program where people answer on 15 questions, not directly connected to corruption, and then it will say whether they have a propensity for corruption. And of course there is some explanation, and we published this 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it was very popular. It went all through the press, so 30,000 people filled it out. So we're just about to analyze it and see how corrupt people are. But it was quite interesting to see that most of the people thought, because we also added some additional questions asking, well, how do they feel while doing the thing. Their friends would answer on this, and it was quite interesting to see that most of the people think that others, their friends, are worse than they are. So it was a very general thing. This is from last year. This is an advocacy campaign, a minimum program for local government. So we have the issue in Hungary that the current government is not very friendly with critical civil society, which narrows down our possibilities to do advocacy on a national level. Of course we do that, but we have not that many chances to interact and influence. Therefore, we thought, let's do something on the local level. So, and it's a big issue in Hungary that there is not a great transparency. So even lots of things are prescribed by the law, local governments don't follow that. So we set together 4 minimum issues, 4 minimum points. These are regarding the transparency of the budget, transparency of contracts, agenda proposal and minutes in a local council, and asset declarations of members of the local councils. and we asked MPs in the local election, before the local elections, to commit themselves that if they get into the local council, they will step up for such changes. And finally, around 200 candidates signed the pledge, and out of them around 50 got into local municipalities. And what happened, it was quite interesting that some immediately started to work on the issues. So just a month later, in one of the districts in Budapest, transparency decree was adopted, and some others followed later. And even so, almost there were people from almost every party who signed this, but rather from opposition parties. And it was the challenge was whether but the government party has also in the local municipalities a majority. So the challenge was whether government party politicians would agree on accepting such motions. And well, there were some who did. It was rather common that they did not agree, but what they did was putting all these suggestions into own proposals, and finally they accepted, often not all of them, but huge parts as an own motion. So for them it was as a communication purpose that it is not something that comes from the opposition, but as a result we were quite happy because we don't care whether it is the government party or the opposition party, we were just for transparency. There was one very funny issue that in one Budapest district, the mayor accused us of being foreign agents and doing very bad work because all the proposals that we sent, they were shit actually. So there was a videotape when this mayor was well, talking quite madly about us and one of our partners who we work on this project. And then just we got a letter last month from one of the MPs that finally they adopted separately all the things that are in the program. So quietly they did it as well. And the last thing I wanted to talk about, this is a red flags tool that we are working on currently, so this is not public yet. It is similar to the one that you heard of from Kosovo, although it's a bit different approach. It is based on data from the TED, so European Tenders Daily, and what we do is we're scraping the data, and we developed a methodology to identify corruption risks. So and it's updated on a daily basis, so you get the freshest public procurement documents, and if there's a risk, you get these little red flags there, and it also shows you what the risk was, and then you can scroll down, read the text, and check whether there was really a problem, and if yes, then you can write an article. So the target group here is mainly journalists, investigative journalists, so we want to help them to find these risky procurements, because every day hundreds of procurement documents appear in a bulletin or in the TED, and for them it's impossible to check all these. So what we want that they can subscribe, and then they get notifications if some dubious procurements appear, or they can also tailor shape it to their interests. So if they're only interested in a certain company, not in all kinds of corruption risks, then they can only get notification regarding this company or certain red flags. So this is not on yet, but hopefully during the summer or at the end of the summer we'll have it ready. It's quite a complex thing, but it's very interesting to work on it. So if you want to know more about it, then we can chat later. So that was it. Thanks.
I think the award for the most precise presentation goes to Shandor, actually, for the entire. Okay, so we don't have a lot of time for the Q&A, so instead of me asking questions, I would like to give the opportunity to the audience. So if you do have questions for any of the three of them, or even me, I don't know, please raise your hand. So Anna, please.
last thing about vendors. This is excellent, and I really like the idea. What is the potential for making it, making music for in other countries regarding that?
Well, for us it was a difficult, so the framework is that it is financed by the EU, which means that that's why we work with data from the TED. For us that is not so good because there's less data in the TED than in the Hungarian Public Procurement Bulletin, but the good thing for anybody else is that it's easier to adapt this in its way, so it's open source, and if anybody wants to take our scraper or the methodology, you can do it. But it's not that easy because I think there are different corruption practices in every country. So if we would put our indicators, let's say, on the Polish document, then we do also some text analysis. So there you would have to rewrite some things. But also maybe they don't do some practices that are typical in Hungary because we based it on the Hungarian practice. And maybe there are some risks that we haven't thought about because it's not going on. So you should consult somebody who is an expert in public procurement, but afterwards it's not that difficult to build it on that.
Anybody else? Apparently not. So then, if I may ask, Michal, a question for you. We are one of the organizations that have used the applications developed by your organization, the voltmeter application. As of now, because you are an organization that develops apps for some, in regards to planning, when you start planning on building an app or a platform, do you take into consideration the possibility that it can be reused? I know the voltmeter application can easily, but in the future, is it going to be your policy to make the apps usable in other countries and in other ways?
Okay. Yes. Yes, because actually we from the beginning we started in the Czech Republic and Slovakia. So actually from the beginning we had to prepare all the applications or most of the applications easily translatable for Slovak language, even if it's almost the same, but it's different language. So yes, we do it always that the languages are separated from the content, so it's quite easy to localize it then.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the audience now? Okay, so there. I'm sorry, I cannot see quite well from here. So.
Some of you mentioned working with journalists and making the data available in various forms for investigative journalists and others. Do you have any tricks that you use to get people interested, or any kind of pitches of what you're doing that tend to work more than others? Because we all know journalists can be also quite lazy, and I think just in our experience, when it's not enough to just make something available. I mean, you really have to kind of hold hands in a way to get them to use it, and a lot of people need some kind of maybe even elementary form of training to use some of the data. So just your general experiences and any ideas you have for getting journalists more interested in the type of work that you're doing.
Whichever one of you see.
I may start. You have to work with the journalists and actually work with those who are not lazy and who have time for it, because it's difficult to write 5 articles a day. I understand it. And communicate with them like normally, because they are interested. If you show them something they may use. So think a bit like they, if you are like at their place, because imagine that really like the ordinary Czech journalist has to write 5 articles a day.
Of course. We also have a pilot project for data journalism where we partner with big news institution. So actually it was like a series of articles introducing tools to visualize and analyze data for everybody. So like using those tools, they could also analyze our data. We will mainly try to do some articles like educating, teaching the skills and giving the tools for everybody to analyze those data. And partly also there was like some workshops for students of journalism.
Okay, so I believe there was another question from the audience, or am I mistaken? Yeah.
I'm Elena, because you were mentioning that actually what you said, or it sounded like a failure of the open budget project, or I don't know how to call it. And it made me wonder whether, because when we're talking about open data and open government, many activists start with the budget. It's one of the most important things. And then you see that you have a limited impact, and I wonder if it's the issue we have with the taxation system in the end, because you don't have the money that you pay to the state. The money is usually it goes straight from your employer to the state if you have a salary, or it goes in the form of the VAT and so on. That's why I think it's not so easy for people to relate to what they spend, like in the example you gave us here. However, I think that this is relevant for all the awesome applications I've seen here. Where are the limits of technology? I mean, what is the right percentage? What's the perfect ratio between using technology and online tools and using offline action like advocacy? Because you're talking, Sandra, you're talking about the project with local government standards, minimal standards, and that the fact that it was actually an advocacy project and you were trying to change a law. So what's the right proportion?
And if I just may add to this question, because I think it relates, and I think it would be a good note to finish on, because we have like less than 2 minutes. If you can just tell us on which projects, on which impacts are you most proud of in your countries, each of you. So, and I think that would be good for Anna.
Okay, I'll start. Actually, I think you can measure it by the money. If you are talking about money, okay, isn't it cheaper, like, for me to show the money in a pub to the people than to make like a huge application which you use? Actually, I think about the project as a failure. It was successful actually because we pushed the government to publish the data better. It was like the first version, and we did some mistakes in it. And when we do it again, and we will do, we have the experience from it, and it's very well. We are proud in the Czech Republic by 5% of. It may be used by 50%, I'm sure, and get there. One. We should behave like business. This is successful. So let's try. But still, well, this is the best we have so far.
network of NGOs, city officials, companies that is really now it's bringing a lot of help because when you have like small project in one city, you can really fast scale it to other cities. Like saying to this NGO, maybe you should could you like deploy local version of it, or could you provide content for it? Also with officials, like can you support it with PR of the city and so on and so on. So that's I think also answering your question, like we need a support, like strong support of the network to deploy those projects so they don't land, just on the desk and then just on the floor and nobody uses it.
Well, I think answering the question about online and offline, we had this year a quite nice experience. We have a problem in Hungary with asset declaration. They are absolutely not transparent, and although it's online, it's scanned handwritten PDFs. So what we wanted to do for a long time is digitizing them. And we were thinking about writing a program to crowdsource it, so it would cut it into little pieces. We would partner up with some news portals, and they would, on the night when it's published, it's always on the night from the 31st January to the 1st of February, they publish it on a parliament's website, then the newspapers would cover the story, and then people would just fill out little parts, and then at the end we would have a huge database of that. And then we were calculating, and so it's much easier if we do it real time and invite people to our office, and we do just a Google form for it. And so we announced that we will have this event, and lots of people came. Our office was completely crowded at midnight, so they were there from midnight until 6 in the morning. People were really happy about, I was really afraid that the fuses of electricity, they won't bear it and the internet became slow, so that at the end it will be a failure. But no, at 6 o'clock we had digitized all the asset declarations, so it showed that these kind of events or actions where you meet people in person, where you forget a bit about the digital part in a way that you do everything online, it can work out. And lots of these people, some of them came back as volunteers, they follow us much more intensively on Facebook, so you get a much closer connection after having such things. So this was for me a good practice. And about I don't like to talk about success stories, because if you work on anti-corruption, it's you never succeed, but we'll try.
Okay, so apparently we are out of time. I would like to give a big round of applause to our panelists. And so that's it. Just one more panel to go on the point conference. Please, George.
So, mic 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2. You need to turn it on. Yes.
I can turn it on. These guys look at me with exasperated look. But he's right, so it's the dinner panel coming up. Anyone here has been in a dinner panel before? No. It's very exciting. So this is what happens. You go to where the info point is, and then you pick up your dinner, and then you come back, and while you're enjoying your dinner, you'll enjoy the upcoming panel, and get to see panelists talking with their mouth full of pizza. So go grab dinner now, come back, and we'll get started.
One, good. Okay. So, there's no need for privacy anymore since you all have met me. And oddly enough, the next and the last panel for this point 4.0 is actually dedicated to security and privacy on the internet. So please welcome the snarkiest guy in the world, Tim Gebert, please.
Hello, hello. Am I on? Yes, I am. Have you all got your food? Looks like it. So, welcome to the dinner, eating, and speaking panel on security and privacy on the internet. I think we have around 40 minutes, and we will be followed very aptly by the movie The Internet's Own Boy, the documentary and story about Aaron Schwartz, which I highly recommend everyone to see if you haven't. And without further ado, I will call my incredible panelists, starting from Rita Zagoni, Data Protection Program Officer from the Hungarian Civil Liberties Union. And then we have Alex Krasodomski, researcher in social media, internet, especially pertaining to politics, elections, and activism from Demos, Britain's leading think tank. And last but not least, Filip Stoyanovski, Program Director of Metamorphosis from Macedonia. What will happen here is that whoever is not talking will be eating. So don't take it as a slight, it's just the way it works. And also we are very hungry. So, thank you for being here. And I'm very happy that we have 3 countries that can present 3 very specific local contexts dealing with security and privacy on the internet. And to start the conversation, maybe we should talk about basically the main driver for which security and privacy, especially on the internet, has become important in the last years, and that is the amount of surveillance and government surveillance that is happening and that we all know too much about. So I would like to ask the panelists if you can give us an overview of your work, and especially pertaining to state surveillance in your local country context. And let's start with Rita.
Thank you. So, well, right now in Hungary we don't have too much information about state surveillance, which is in of itself is very telling, so we don't have too much data. What we have is some partial aggregate data and some quite specific intuitions. The data we have partially is coming from a Vodafone report, so a communications company report, which revealed last year the amount of requests they got from Hungarian government to hand over users' telecommunication data. So they revealed that between April of 2013 and April 2014, they had 76,000 requests from Hungarian authorities and law enforcement agencies to hand over telecommunications data of users, metadata of users. For example, who were they talking to on the phone when, how often, the ID of the device, and stuff like that. This is excluding the requests from the secret services, because this is so they were not allowed to disclose that amount. So that this is, for example, like on the scale of surveillance. What we don't know how it is used. We have an intuition of how it is used. It is in the context of Hungarian government raiding the Hungarian NGOs last year. There are quite a couple of NGOs receiving funding, for example, from the Norway Fund, and many of these NGOs are critical of the government. And what happened last year that the police raided the offices of some of these NGOs distributing the money. And they searched the offices, they searched the homes of certain employees. This was ruled. We have misusing their power, and using surveillance against these
Thank you, Rita. Can you continue with Alex?
Yeah. Hi. The UK. Right, I will be brief, but I think there are two questions contained in Teen's question: a what and a why. So the what is relatively easy. It's a combination of I've got no idea and the revelations made by Edward Snowden. If we believe Edward Snowden, and there's no reason not to, the UK has a government surveillance program that is worse than the American one, which is very concerning. So if we want to err on the side of caution, we can just assume that the vast majority of particularly internet traffic in the UK is being collected. That's the what. I think that the bigger question, and possibly the more interesting question, is why, right? And it's the same thing again. We have no idea. Why is this data being collected? For what purpose? And I think for me that is the real question around where the UK government is failing its citizens. Some data collection is going to be necessary, but the question is why? Why are you collecting this data? And the UK government is very unwilling to talk about this kind of thing, and in particular the UK security services. So we can talk about that more, but that sort of gives you the overview.
Thanks, Alex. And you, well, Philip follows, you have also heard yesterday who was here during the Macedonian panel, and you might already have some insight from there on what's happening in Macedonia, and I'm also sure that Philip has some very interesting, additions to what was said yesterday.
Well, yes, unlike our other panelists, we actually have pretty good overview of how, why, and unfortunately how much. I'll start like a true Balkan person with a short history narration that would take maybe a few hours, but I'll try to shorten it out. Macedonia is by definition a republic and has a constitution which prohibits infringement of human rights, including the right to privacy. Any type of invasion of privacy has to be stipulated by law, and in terms of our constitution, the constitution says that you can only do a search of somebody's home, invade their privacy in various ways, through a court order. In around 2007, Macedonia, as part of the overhaul of the legal system, adopted a law on electronic communication, which was supposed to be aligned with EU directives in order to support Macedonia's entry into the European Union, which Macedonia is a candidate country. Besides that, we also have a law on private data protection, which covers one area of privacy, which is protection of personal data. Privacy is a much bigger area, which also contains other types of issues like the protection of the communications. In the Constitution, it's called the protection of letters. A little bit obsolete technology, specific term, but we know what we are talking about. What we refer to. And but around 2010, we had an amendment added to this law on electronic communications, in which the government basically stipulated that telecommunication companies should open channels or should allow access to the police to monitor internet traffic and telecommunications traffic directly. This, we thought it's completely unconstitutional, complained to the Constitutional Court. Constitutional Court overthrew that several months ago, but in the meantime, it seems like the telecommunication companies complied with the government without even any complaints publicly on their side. I must also say that most of the communication companies in Macedonia, or there are three, they have foreign capital, but the biggest one, Macedonian Telecom, is also co-owned by the government. It was privatized some time ago, and is basically owned by Deutsche Telekom through the Magyar Telekom, which was the Hungarian one. And apparently, two years later, through the practice of use of the parliament as a rubber stamping machine for the executive branch of the government, the same amendments or amendments to the same effect have been reintroduced in the law, which is not only improper but criminal, because you cannot make new laws which are against the definition of Constitutional Court, but never mind, that happens in Macedonia from time to time, more often recently. And so somehow, quietly, it seems that the police had some sort of legal excuse for wiretapping. And fast forward to this February, the opposition revealed evidence that the one part of the Ministry of Interior, the counterintelligence unit, which is managed by which was at that time managed by the cousin of the Prime Minister, has been doing sweeping because during the 50 years or more of communism, 45 years of communism, from 1945 to 1990, data shows that communist secret services have been surveying directly about 14,000 citizens or more. So it was unprecedented revelation. The opposition said that people within the police who have been who didn't want to participate in this crime, because it's basically a criminal act, not just because of invasion of privacy, but because of a whole other bunch of things, have leaked evidence in the form of these wiretap conversations to them so they can reveal it and stop it. We have no evidence that it has stopped. The telecom operators who have produced very inconclusive statements as regards to their involvement or complicity. And when a few independent local media tried to contact their bosses in the EU countries where their headquarters are, they, after a while, announced that they will start internal investigation and send some sort of auditors to their daughter companies. So basically, why is for total control of society. It was not authorized by the courts, so it was illegal use of government infrastructure, which has been somehow made legal, even though it is questionable how legal it is, taking into consideration the fact that it was never approved by court order in this sweeping step. So that's about it. If you find evidence that it's happening to your country, it's probably for the use of a small group of people who have captured the state.
That's actually one point that you mentioned, this very bleak situation that's currently happening in Macedonia, is that the legal mechanisms that should somehow serve to provide control and oversight over what surveillance is happening have been basically converted by the government into systems of rubber stamping. Maybe a question for the other panelists is around these legal mechanisms to control surveillance. What are your thoughts from your point of view?
Yeah, right. I think this is the fundamental question around legal procedure and oversight. For me, you can talk about this in two ways. We can talk about capability, or we can talk about accountability. Now, if we look at this argument from the perspective of capability, by that I mean the government wants to decrease the capability of people to stay anonymous and increase their own surveillance capabilities. And on the other half, you have privacy activists and cryptography and cryptographers who want to increase their capability of staying anonymous and reduce the government's capability. Crypto war, and these two sides will never ever, you can't win, right? The government wants to decrease it and says ridiculous things like let's ban encryption or let's put backdoors into all of these things. And on the other hand, you have who insist that the entire, that everything on the internet must be, that is not a conversation, that is two sides shouting at each other. To come back to, to answer the question, I think moving away from discussions of capability and towards discussions of accountability is fundamental. We need a public system of accountability, particularly in the UK, to ensure that where there is government surveillance, both mass surveillance and targeted sort of surgical surveillance, that surveillance is proportional, it's ethical, it's targeted, and it is effective. And those people who will be responsible for that, those to whom these, let's say the security services must be accountable, is not other people in the security services, it's the public. It's the public who they must answer to, and it is the public who whether the surveillance is ethical. And obviously to do that, they need the power to, and they need the information to.
Well, there are, as also Philip mentions, there are constitutional guarantees in place, for example, for the protection of personal data. And currently, so if, for example, the telecommunication companies are not retaining data, which in Hungary they do for 6 months, then the government doesn't have access to it. So what we are fighting for currently is to go to the constitutional court, try to make some obligations of the telecommunication companies to retain these data, because we deem that this is not proportional, because they are retaining the telco data of everyone. So this is the definition of mass surveillance. So we believe that the Constitution has a guarantee against that, and currently we're fighting for that guarantee to take place and to cancel this legislation.
So that's actually, again, another good point. Regarding civil society, what is the best thing that civil society can do in this case to somehow curb this, like the mass surveillance? Because it kind of does feel like, you know, bringing a knife to a gunfight. What can we do? What are the best approaches to this? To whoever wants to.
I would concur with Alex on this, because it's really not an issue of technical capability, but really bringing and mainstreaming accountability, like in every other area, into the public discourse. I mean, starting with basically education and sharing of knowledge, and making that knowledge available to the regular citizens. Starting from not from kindergarten, from primary school for sure, and but also the development of the mechanisms of oversight is necessary, and I can tell you how you can see if in your own country something is going wrong, and so you don't get to the point where Macedonia is right now. Because we basically had only one mechanism for control over the Secret Service, and it was a parliamentary committee. The parliamentary committee for oversight had the power by law to go to the Ministry of Interior and examine what they are doing, and they were also supposed to receive reports and make an annual report. They never made an annual report in their existence in the last few years. Why? Because, and you can hear it on the wiretaps, which were released by the opposition, how the minister and other ruling elite members make a deal or arrange that the parliament votes that this parliamentary committee must only go in when they have a full quorum, like they all must go. And since it contains members from their own party, these members were able to sabotage the work of the committee de facto, and it never got up to speed. But another thing that is important is that is to understand and to share it with civil society in other sectors, because if we considered it only a technical issue, then organizations that work in other areas, the white civil society, might consider it not so, how can I say, they might refrain from getting into this area because they think that it's only a technical IT issue, while privacy affects basically all areas of human life, because it's a basic human right based on the concept of dignity, which is present everywhere. So That's why we did a research in Metamorphosis in order to check where in the other important areas. Oh, are you okay?
Yeah.
How the other laws treat the area of privacy, because many laws, such as those dealing with health, insurance, and education especially, and others, are stipulating collection of data and some sort of, and have touching upon privacy issues. We, through our research of Macedonian laws, which should be all aligned with the European Privacy Protection Network, we found that there are a number of laws where they don't exactly say how much time the data should be kept, or whether there's supposed to be a consent by the citizens, the subjects to this law. And that's one approach that I can mention, that basically it has to be mainstreamed. It has to be part of everyday work of anybody who's dealing with human rights, or with societal issues, not only of digital rights activists. I hope you concur.
Right, okay. Civil society, well, if you listen to the noises that are coming out of certain governments, I think I'm fortunate in many of these situations, having listened to some of the people speak here, that the UK, there's a sort of a degree of observance of the Constitution that perhaps you wouldn't expect in other countries. But if you listen to the noises coming out of government around things like encryption, they are not sensible suggestions or noises. Things like, oh, we need to ban encryption. Now that is not something that a government says, having thought about it and understood the issue. It's panic. Many of these governments, many of these security services, I think, are panicking because they are being confronted with a massive problem. It is not in their interests to force you guys and everybody else working for human rights to start encrypting everything. And because with the spread of encryption software and the development of increasingly easy to access and easy to use encryption software, they are making their jobs much more difficult. In many ways, they're shooting themselves in the foot. Because if the government doesn't say anything, well, what does civil society think? Same when we heard on the panel, what are you guys monitoring? We've got no idea. So what do we assume? Well, you're monitoring everything then. So I think civil society has to engage in a dialogue, and that dialogue, that desire to talk, has to be met by governments in an open and a transparent way. By way of just a suggestion, we do already have some of these principles, particularly in the UK. If I murder somebody, which I have never done, I go to court. And there's a judge, but there's also a jury. And a jury in the United Kingdom is made up of 10 or 12 people who have been selected from the public. And they listen to the evidence, and then they come to a decision. Now, with a few tweaks, there's no reason why we couldn't have a similar system. I don't want one part of GCHQ to decide whether a piece of surveillance that the other part of GCHQ has done is legal. I want, let's say, 10 or 12 members of the public to be presented with the evidence, and then they can decide. Yes, you know what, in the fight against, let's say, terrorism or child pornography, particular use of we should not be able to use it. A system that's already in place that we could perhaps learn from and use when we deal with things like government surveillance.
So I think there are like three main actors or sectors which are in play. Like state, citizens, and corporations. And I think NGOs can connect with each, like, with, as you mentioned, monitoring legislation towards the citizens, education. But they can also engage with corporations. For example, what HCL tried and been succeeding in Hungary is to go to court fighting the data retention law together with the companies, together with the telecommunication companies, and in some countries, civil society. And extend literally knowledge of the business model of companies dealing with data. For example, those who use, like, so for the digital native generation, or how we call them, they in their everyday lives, there is water in the tap, and there is public transportation, and there is Facebook, so it is normal to them. And I think what needs to be, so awareness needs to be raised. Oh my God, this is an awful sentence. So I think NGOs can try to raise awareness about the business model of the companies. For example, when you download an app, you have to be conscious of what's happening to your data, and there are some applications, some websites definitely for the collection of your data and advertising and tracking companies following your online behavior and trading your data. So I think this line of thought and this kind of thinking can also be a part of digital literacy education.
Two very important points, and we might continue this conversation also around corporations as information gatekeepers. And I have a million different questions for you too, but since we are running low on the clock, this is maybe a good moment to open up to the public if there are any questions that are burning towards this part of the conversation. And also if you want to share your local context as well, we would love to hear some. So are there any questions?
I have a general question. Who should provide the digital literacy? Is it schools or is it somebody else?
That's a great question.
I think it's definitely schools, like from very, very early on. So I think that this should be much more part of the curriculum everywhere, which is, I don't know what's the case in other countries, but in Hungary it is absolutely not happening.
But this is because all this digital literacy, many have to have a conducive society which is geared
Understanding the basic human rights and some of the detachment of the programs and the app. I think this level, this really kind of actually public how to make it easier to digest and make it.
Internet is basically right, and you want to use Facebook and for free, and you treat them. I think if we are to if we are to educate people around the kind of things that data, also the type of information that they're providing, right? There's a huge complex system of algorithms that mean what I see on Google is different to what you guys see on Google. And that's not something that most people or the general public may be aware of. Now, the question is obviously, if you want to try teaching people about this, do you expect Facebook and Google to help? Probably not. Their monopoly over the internet is it's a private business model, and they have no interest in what's the word? Undermining that particular business model, I don't think.
Maybe I can follow up, because I think you raise a very crucial point. The corporations are also part of this, not just the state, but about not only their particular niche of the technology, but they can do it. They can, they provide for the I mean, Estonia, the telecom companies provide they humanitarian donations of the natural disasters. Red Cross can get a number X amount through this and
I have a question to Alex. You said companies ignore
The
in court. Did you get by jurisdiction there as well with all the much work?
I think a particular but it was completely inadequate, non-existent. The watchers are watching themselves, and how we might implement a system. Who gets to use what particular piece of data? Does that?
Yeah. And with the
yeah, absolutely. But the idea is you can on the idea of preference. If again, this is you can have but most importantly, that precedent is now set, and whoever is doing the surveillance will understand that they're supposed to serve, right?
Right. Thank you.
I think is the clock correct now? Okay. I thought we had. But we don't. Is there one last flash question from the audience? There we go, down at the back. I think it will take you 30 seconds just to get there.
So it's going to be more like a comment than a
question.
We missed those.
Usually we are speaking first about information literacy. And currently, librarian. Currently, the information literacy has been used as a course only in PhD or master level, which means accessing the information with a critical sense. Then comes the digital literacy that you spoke about already. But the most important is meta literacy. And that will include the cryptography, the information literacy, and everything that you spoke about. And that's by Howard Reingold, who wrote the book Smart Mobs. And the privacy or the mass surveillance that's happening, there is no privacy when there is mass surveillance, and we know that. What's the exit strategy? Maybe there are like experimental business model strategies that can lead you to some kind of a path that you think that you can be private. Let's say if you use Tails or whatever, or Tor, or BGP, or whatever cryptographic standard that you want to use in your communication, that even puts you on a different level, which means that you have been that way encrypted. So maybe we talk about that encrypting for the next 50, maybe 100 years. Because Lovedale Utah is collecting all of the data now, especially the targeted data. And the use of quantum computers will make it even more easy to decrypt. So to sum up with one last...
To sum up the sum up.
Yeah. Privacy on internet is a human right. And when that enters the law, then we can talk about privacy.
That's a very good closing point, and if any one of you has a good Twitter remark on that, that would be great. No, actual physical, yeah, 140 character remark.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I guess, and this is quite helpful because this is the last point, so nobody can shout at me. We have to be a little bit careful about making sure that we understand the difference between mass surveillance and surveillance, right? And I promised you I'd use the phrase kitchen sink. There's very little evidence that mass surveillance is ever ethical or effective in preventing anything, but we have to be very careful not to, there's another English phrase, throw the baby out with the bathwater. We can't, the same arguments against mass surveillance are not always applicable to surveillance. And the argument that there should be spaces online that are completely free from the rule of law is actually a pretty radical position to take. And when the security services, and this you must understand is easier for me to say in a country like the United Kingdom, where generally speaking, I think the law enforcement is more ethically sound than perhaps in other parts of the world. But once a suspect has been identified, if you ask the average person in the UK whether they want those people to be able to communicate anonymously and away from the eyes of the security services, they'll tell you no. It's that difference between targeted surveillance and public surveillance, which I think is to sort of answer the question about privacy on the internet.
Okay, thank you. Alex uses a different type of Twitter than we do. That's great. If you wanted to, do you use the same Twitter account as Alex, or?
I would just try to say this. I think it's important. Even in situations where the laws exist, but they are broken by those in power, the basic drive for human dignity and for freedom cannot be distinguished. That also happened in Macedonia. apparently within that operation that basically downloads all the data from telephone phone calls, there are maybe 35 policemen who operate that center, from what I've heard unofficially. 2 or 3 of them decided to defect and to start a process of dismantling the whole system because they thought it's unethical, it's unfair, it's also unlawful. They didn't want to be a part of it, even though they were probably, in many ways, there were attempts to indoctrinate them or pressure them. So I think we can never stop fighting for achievement of total human rights protection. Even under circumstances when there is very, we can become cynical and say, okay, forget about it, we should not, we should just try to use encryption and try to live off the grid in some way, off the grid in the sense of not dealing with the state. We have to also use any means possible to achieve the maximum of our human potential.
Rita, do you want
I completely agree that it is nice and important that we use technological tools available, but in the end we want to be protected by law and democratic oversight and not by the tools.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you, the panelists, and thank you all for coming here. I think a big round of applause is perfect. So that officially concludes the last panel of the Point Conference. And now I welcome to the stage George, the host with the most, who will close down everything.
Guys, we're supposed to eat while the panel is happening.
We kind of did.
All right, Point 4.0, woo! So special thank you to everyone, participants, panelists, moderators, and let's not forget all of the volunteers and the sound engineers. Special thank you for Anna as well, running around, making sure everything works. So there's going to be a technical break, and what that means is this is all going to be cleaned up while we start screening the movie, The Internet's Own Boy. So stick around if you want to watch it, or meet up in Mingle right over there if you've seen it already, or if you want to watch it again, you can stay again. But yes, technical break, everyone. Ciao, ciao. Oh, and remember,